Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gagana-sadusham Tattvamasya-adilaksham Ekam Nityam Bhimalachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namah. Again, I welcome all the viewers from all over the world who are joining us today for this Akashic Parashakti Akashic reading. So if you are here, it is not by accident. You are a conscious miracle. Existence wants you to be here in this form. This may be your first experience with the divine, but this is definitely not the first time this type of energy has been on this planet Earth. So welcome to your sacred spiritual, your digital experience with the divine. So in this program, we will understand what is the Bhavasmati Darshan. We'll understand who is baby Parashakti and how she is manifesting through the supreme concept of universal himself. So let us now enter into this segment and understand what is Bhavasmati Darshan. Bhava means attitude or aspect. Samadhi means oneness with the source. So Bhava Samadhi is being in oneness with the source through a attitude or aspect, a certain aspect. So today we will be experiencing the Bhava Samadhi darshan of Devi Parashakti herself, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We will understand who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, how he is manifesting Devi Parashakti, and how you can also be a part and experience this sacred happening. So Devi Parashakti is the divine cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti, the source energy where we have all come from. She is the source of this whole cosmos, this whole existence. She is Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is a source Shakti. It is her cosmic womb, Brahmandayoni, from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. And in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, the first and foremost relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even idea to relate, starts with the mother. How to relate starts with the mother. Understand your idea to relate. Your ability to relate starts with mother. Mother is too important way to connect with what you think as life. In the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with the mother should be directed towards the cosmos. It should inspire you. It should awaken your higher consciousness. It should inspire your higher consciousness. And today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truth, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Let us understand what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So as we stated, Sama is oneness and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source. And Bhava means attitude or aspect. So Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. And darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity or an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being, as just seeing such a being can cleanse the karmas of lifetimes and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when the receiver is able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan. So let us understand the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. First thing we need to know is that divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time space zone, through deities and incarnations. And the divine cosmic beings manifest through the Achavatara, the deities in temples, and through the Bhava Samadhi Darshans in the Nijavatara, the incarnation. And Bhavasmati Darshan is the science of the Nijavatara manifesting Paramashiva, the consciousness. It is where formless, the being of Paramashiva expresses through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form, the embodied form for us to experience Paramashiva. So, for example, Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. And the Archavatara, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation, the being of the superconscious energy. But unfortunately, human beings are not yet mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatara directly, the deity directly. So the avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and creates the experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. In the Bhavasmati Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. This influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process, improves immunity to disease, and during the darshan, the whole brain becomes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heals, empowers, and transforms our lives. During the Bhavasmati Darshan, our neurons actually mirror that of the avatar. The mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That is, the entire body can silently and without moving receive what is happening elsewhere through a process of direct observation, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. And let us now understand what are the Akashic readings. Akashic readings are not predictions, they are readings from the cosmic archive. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. Because Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, present, and future. That is why what you call as happened, happening, yet to happen are clearly already recorded. Let us now understand who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti continuously for each and every one of us, and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously blessing, healing, guiding us through the healing energy of the Cosmic Mother, Devi Parashakti herself. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities as a lifestyle for humanity. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajñapītam, is the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamshi Surangi Samrajyam, is the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasa Shamala Pita Sarvajñapītam, and is the present Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvanya Khada, the largest apex monastic order. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atalakada, is the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapura Adinam, and has been elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed, read, and watched, has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, has over 20 million copies of books and articles sold and read, and has over 10,000 hours of discourses delivered. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has enriched and enriched over 1 billion lives digitally, and is respected as the commentator of all sacred scriptures, including the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, and more. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as a leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader, is a reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu University, is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems, and is a founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvajñapitas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. So with this, we will now be entering into the demonstration of the extraordinary powers, the Shaktis of Paramashiva and Parashakti with the Nithyananda Guru Balasans, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we will be right back with a short break, and we'll be entering into the demonstration of the extraordinary powers.
Yes. So let us now move on to the next segment, which is the power manifestation segment, where all of you will be witnessing the extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva being manifested by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Guru. Today, the Balasans, the disciples, the initiated disciples, the Nithyananda Yogis, will be demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all the experiences and results of Diksha, the initiation from the Avatar. In today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into the third eye awakening, into various power and various other powers, with the blessings and the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we will be manifesting and demonstrating the following powers of third eye, which is the power of seeing through the cosmic dowsing center, which is located between the brows. And the next is the power of body scanning, where one awakens the ability to be able to scan through the third eye and reveal any illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues that you have in your body, and can not only that, even reveal a solution to your problems. So let us now learn about what are Shaktis. In the Veda Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest the 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, these divine powers. Manifesting powers are described as a system, as a method, and a science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to the various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are a divine and that you need to manifest divine. and not from the cognition that you are a man and that you need to reach the divine. So let us see the fundamental difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. Shaktis express from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. Siddhis are the powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis are the powers that express to ordinary human beings in extraordinary ways, just with the initiation from the avatar, and Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and they may divert you from enlightenment. Paramashiva is the source of all these Shaktis. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As the fundamental base of Vyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Drobhava, and Anugrah: creation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, and liberating waste all living entities. And Paramashiva himself has come down in the form of the Supreme Point of Hinduism as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It is where the science of enlightenment and powers was taught and lived as a lifestyle. And for the first time in modern day, Swamiji is reviving these sciences and transmitting it to the world at record-breaking speed, which was never accomplished before. And Swamiji was recognized as an incarnation and avatar at a young age by the enlightened gurus. And all these enlightened gurus you can see, Mata Vibhudananda Puri, Yogi Yogananda Puri, Visiri Swamigal, all these gurus and incarnations who have trained and recognized Swamiji as an avatar at a very young age and taught Swamiji to revive these sciences. So all of you might be wondering, how do we awaken these divine Shaktis? These divine Shaktis are awakened in us through Diksha, which is initiation. When every ultimate jnana gets mapped into our consciousness prajna, we start manifesting powers and it becomes a possibility for every being, like jnana. So let us now watch a small video which beautifully explains the science of initiation, the science of Diksha, and how just with the initiation or a touch or a look or a word from Swamiji, we can manifest these extraordinary powers.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Biddi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422 03311 82774 90091. Visit.
Yes, let us now learn how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through the four aspects of evidences or pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, the next is the Apta Pramana, the third is the Atma Pramana, and the last is the Sakshi Pramana. The Shastra Pramana are the eternal, unchangeable truths that are revealed in the source scriptures. Apta Pramana are the experiences and results of Aptas or the authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time-tested and verified the science. Atma Pramana are the experience of His Divine Holiness Swamiji, who has experienced this power. And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So let us now listen to the Shastra Pramana from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharana 11. Kapalantarmanonyasa Tishtanmilitalochanaha Ramena Manasodadyat Lakshaye Lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshyam by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. The next is the Apta Pramana, that Bhagavan Sri Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. Bhagavan Krishna beautifully initiates Arjuna by saying, Natumam shakyate drashtum manenaiva sachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. But you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. In the Hindu Purana, the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Bhagavan Krishna beautifully initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. Behold his Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. The 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita contains the description of Bhagavan Sri Krishna's cosmic form, which is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Sri Krishna through the third eye. The third is the Atma Pramana. Let us listen to Swamiji from how he shares his experience.
Inside and outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything, everything, everything. Just became so alive. The idea
The last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in the conscious and meditative states using the positron emission tomography, the PET. When doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located, and when in the deep state of samadhi, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. So let us now witness the live Sakshi Pramana, the demonstration of the power of third eye by the Balasins of the Nithyananda Guru. We'll be back right after a short break. Yes. So now I'm back with the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul, Ma Nityaviridhananda and Ma Nityakalasharananda, who are going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti of the power of third eye to all of you today. I request the YouTube comments to be projected. Just before that, I will be showing the medically tested eye band, which I will be placing on the Balasins. So all of you can see, this eye band is a completely medically certified eye band. In front is a complete opaque sheet, and behind is a thick sponge. And there is no holes, there's no gap or holes between the sponge. You can see that there is no possible way of light entering. And all of you can see, even with the eyes open inside this eye band, there's no possible way of light entering. And all of you can see the second eye band. There's no gap. So now let us witness the live demonstration. I'm going to be placing the eye band on both the Balasins. Ms. Kaladra, are you comfortable? Mavirija, are you comfortable? Yes. Could you just fix my hairband? Yes. Are you comfortable? Good. So let us, all of you can see that Mavirija and Ma Kaladra's eye bands are put on and their eyes are completely closed. I request both of you to turn to the right, left, up, and all of you can see that there's no possible way of light entering in the eye band. And now I request the YouTube comments to be projected. I request all of you to go ahead, post anything you want in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. You can post numbers, emojis, letters, pictures, paragraphs, anything you want. you can go ahead and post it in the Kailasa HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And you can throw any challenge you want at Magarija and Makaladra, and they are going to be demonstrating this extraordinary power to all of you. Yes, the first comment for today's session is from Maitrik Patel, and he has posted Nithyananda. And the next comment is from PIOTRWAJTA has posted Nithyananda with a Namaste emoji. Amazing. All of you saw Mama Kaladra so fluently read out the comments live without any break or without any mistake in the middle. I request the YouTube comments to be refreshed. Yes, all of you can go ahead, post any comments you want. You can throw any challenge at Magarija and Makaladra. Type a random number emoji, random numbers, and you can type random sentences, random words, anything you want. Makaladra and Magarija are going to be reading it out live. Okay. So, anyone else wants, you can go ahead and post comment. Okay. Magarija, you can go ahead. Okay?
Yes, so the latest comment in the Facebook channel is posted by Devilal Meghal, has posted a clapping emoji, and before the Binaya Avatya has posted Har Har Mahadev, and before the Pramod Espil has posted 3 hearts, red, orange, yellow, and 3 namaskar emojis.
That was a beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. Now I'm going to be, I request the YouTube comments to stop being projected. So now I'm going to be doing the eyebrows of both the balances. All of you can see the eyebrows on the picture. And same with Magarija. So that was a beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye by both the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul. Let us now move on to the next power, which is the power of body scanning, where all of us are going to be witnessing the live demonstration of the Balasans being able to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and not only that, reveal solutions to the third eye. We'll be back right after a short break.
Yes. So in this power of body scanning, so the initiated disciples of the Supreme Protestantism will have the ability to scan the illnesses, diseases, medically diverse issues, and provide the best, easiest, and simplest solution through their awakened third eye. Let us now witness the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for the power of body scanning, which comes from the Vidyagara Tantra, Sutra 50. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmataraani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyatvante vyajyate para. The translation goes, Bhagwan Paramashiva says, cognizance deeply in the subtlest constitutive principles of the whole bodies, Padeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consists of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in the source called Paramashiva. By the experience of such sexual awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adishakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation. Next is the after Pramana. The Vedic rishis, their experience on science of power manifestation. So this after Pramana is taken 5,000 years ago from the very own life of a Siddha named Kereya, who was one of the prominent disciples of sage Agastya. One day, a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agastya for healing. Agastya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of this headache. He reveals that there is a small tube of Tere, a type of cloud, which is sitting in the person's brain. Agastya immediately instructs Tere, his disciple, to perform an open heart surgery and remove the cloud from the person's brain. After surgery got completed successfully, the person got healed and cured of the headache, and thus the disciple gained the name Tere. The next is the Advaita Pramana, where Swamiji beautifully shares in his own experience that when they had a multiple compound handicapsia, I was forced to go for surgeries and therefore medical checkups. At the time, they detected heavy metal quantity in the different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without all knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through the power of body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had to happen and what the balances had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my faith. So incarnations as per Hinduism, they manifest these various powers to show that they're actually an incarnation. Like in this, Swamiji manifested two powers. One is the power of Sushada, one is going to be attained, and also the power of body strength. And next is the Sakshi Pramana. The various disciples across the globe have lived this power of body scanning, and I've been doing this power of body scanning in the day-to-day life, and they've experienced huge amount of transformation just by manifesting these powers in the day-to-day. It is now witnessed a live Sakshi Pramana done by the Balsons of Nithyananda Gurukul after the short. So before we move ahead, I request all the viewers who watch this currently live right now. If you like the body scanning to be done by the Balsons of Nithyananda Gurukul, you can leave a comment in the YouTube channel and we'll be attending live comments from you. We'll be right back after the short.
Yes. So along with me, I have two extraordinary Balasins, Manitya Brahmayogananda and Masoni, who are going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti of the power of body scanning to all of you today. I request the YouTube comments to now be projected. Okay, sorry for the technical glitch. I now request the YouTube comments to be projected. Yes. So I request all of you to go ahead, post any comments you want in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. You can post any comments requesting body scanning for yourself, and with the consent of your family members and friends and relatives, you can also request a body scanning for them with their consent. And gladly the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul will be doing a body scanning for all. So I request and all of you to go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. Yes, Balakrishnan Aya has asked a question. Can you demonstrate superhuman powers? Yes, Aya, this is exactly what we do. Being able to scan another person's house, being able to scan another person's body, being able to read with your eyes blindfolded, being able to manifest power of consciousness over matter. All the powers which Bhagavan Swamiji has initiated into all these powers are the extraordinary Shaktis, extraordinary superhuman powers. I request all of you to go ahead and request for a body scanning. Any one of you want a body scanning, can go ahead and request. Any one of you want a scanning for any one of your places, any remote vision you want, I can scan your house and any specific place if you tell me. I'll gladly be doing the body scanning, the remote vision for all of you. So you can go ahead and request even for a remote vision. And from millions miles away, I'll be able to do the remote vision for all of you with the grace of Swamiji. Okay. Till then, why don't one of you go ahead and share how you manifest these extraordinary shaktis? How do you feel? So Balakrishnan Aya has requested, can you demonstrate superhuman powers? And you are doing that right now. It's not something normal which anybody can do. So how do you feel by manifesting these extraordinary shaktis? Why don't one of you go ahead and share?
Yes, so when I manifest these extraordinary Shaktis, I feel I feel really cool first of all, yes, about Swamiji and about myself, that I'm able to make him flow through me. And not only that, but Swamiji not only is initiating us into the powers, but he is being able to initiate the whole world into these powers of third eye reading and all the powers of the third eye. Swamiji does not only initiate us and does not manifest it by him, it's not only him who's manifesting or initiating his disciples, but he has the ability to initiate the whole world. And these are not just it's not only great achievement of a normal human being, but it's a power which only superhumans can manifest and which conscious beings can manifest. And right now it's available to the whole world, and it's a live demonstration is happening of how you will be able to manifest these powers after the initiation of Swami.
Okay. Yes. So that was a beautiful sharing by Maniki Brahmayogananda. And Fighter Vajraya has requested for a remote vision. Yes, Saya, I did the remote vision for you. Paramashiva revealed that there are actually right outside your house, the entrance is kind of like there are two doors like this, and there are two doors like this straight, and then on top there's it goes like that. So that is the outline of your door, and it looks more like I was able to see, at least it looks something little traditional. And Paramashiva revealed that you have lights outside, and it's kind of it's like it has a shed above right outside your house. And yes, Maybe Kalahiki has requested for a body scanning. Brahma Yoga, you can go ahead and do the body scanning. Selim Ji has requested for a body scanning. Yes, Ma Soni is doing the body scanning for you, Ma. So let me continue. Paramashiva revealed that you have five rooms in your house. You have 3 bathrooms in your house, and I was able to see a small chandelier, but it is not. It's not. It doesn't emit so much of light, but it has a golden light, and it's not so big. It's a small chandelier, and I was able to see some dragonfly, like those glow in the dark lights. I was able to see that, and Paramashiva also revealed that I was able to see in your kitchen there are the cup holders which you have. You have like small cup holders, and I was able to see it's like a strawberry cup holder. So it's strawberry where you can keep spoons in and all. And Paramashiva revealed that at the moment you enter inside your house, to the right of your house, the moment you enter inside, there's a small shelf over here. There's a painting on top to the left, and right next to the painting, there's a small attached bathroom. Paramashiva revealed that the moment after you cross the bathroom and you look to your right, there's the kitchen, and you have to go a little more further to enter inside the kitchen. And towards this side is a marble counter, and the fridge is more on that side of the kitchen, or more towards the left of the kitchen. And Paramashiva revealed that you don't have any puja room, but next to the kitchen you have a few photos, a few gods, and you just worship them. And even in the kitchen, I was able to see a photo of Ganesha, and right in front of that, I was able to see a dining table. Not in the kitchen, outside where I told you have a few photos. Right in front of that, I was able to see the dining table. Then next to the dining table, another room, and then next to that's the entrance of the room, and next to that there's a sofa. Right across to that there is a TV, and next to the TV is the door for entering in the inside room, to which the attached bathroom is there. The moment you enter inside the house, the moment you see it. So this is what Paramashiva revealed, and I was able to see totally you have 5 rooms. So I was able to see out of that 2 rooms you don't use much. One it's like a basement, but 3 of the rooms you are using, but not 2 only is the main rooms which you are using. So Payata Vajraya, I request you to get back in the chat section. This is what Paramashiva revealed in my third eye. So please get back in the chat section and verify.
Yes, so I did the body scanning for Miley Kalahiki Aya, and Aya Paramashiva revealed to me that Paramashiva revealed to me that you have like your nerve is pulling and it's really hurting in your left knee. So the solution that she revealed is make a paste out of neem leaves and mix castor oil and warm that up a little bit and massage your whole leg with it. It will heal in a few days' time. And also Paramashiva revealed to me that you're getting a small allergic reaction in your body, the red color spots, and you don't know what is causing it. So Paramashiva revealed that the reason which is causing that is the products which are using the soaps and the lotion. It's not a good brand. So Paramashiva revealed that change the brand which you're using immediately, and also how you can heal yourself from that allergy is just put bhasma on your whole body. Like you can lightly apply it also, but make sure you have bhasma on your whole body wherever the allergy is, and that will also heal.
Yes, and Payata Vajraya has gotten back telling, yes, Ma, completely correct. There is Ganesha in the kitchen. Yes, and I offer my gratitude to Paramashiva for this. And it is not me who is doing it. It is Paramashiva who is doing it. So with the grace of Paramashiva, I was able to manifest it. Yes, Masoni, you can go ahead and reveal what you have seen through your third eye.
Intelligence in India, I did a body scan for you, and not that much was being that you don't have any problem in your body, but there's sometimes you get severe body pains in your body, in this arm region, shoulder region, and thigh, near your stomach. So Paramashiva reveals that it is due to your sleeping posture and not moving your body much more. So Parashakti reveals to change your sleeping posture, and whenever you get those severe pains in your body, use mustard oil, warm mustard oil, and do malish on those things.
Yes, amazing. That was a beautiful scanning for Ma Celine ji. And yes, in case you don't know the meaning of malish, it is just a massage. So yes. And with this, we thank all of you for joining us. And thank you, Payata Vajjaya. Thank you, Ma Celine ji. And thank you, Ma Malin, for requesting for a body scanning and a devotion and getting back in the chat section. And all of you can also manifest these powers. Just stay tuned for the upcoming sessions. And at the end, we will be graced by Paramashiva himself, and then you can get initiated and you yourself can manifest these powers. And with this, we would like to conclude this power manifestation session. We thank all of you for joining us. Please stay tuned for the upcoming segments. Thank you. Nithyananda. Yes, Ma Madhura, you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you, my Yoga Prana. And that was a great demonstration of the powers of third eye that all of you just witnessed. So now let us move on to the next segment where all of us will be learning more about the divine feminine consciousness, about who is Devi Parashakti. So we'll be first looking at the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. सिन्दूरारुणविग्रहं त्रिनयनं माणिक्यमौलिस्फुरत् तारानायकशेखरं स्मितमुखीं मापीनवक्षोरुहां पाणिभ्यामलिपूर्णरत्नचषकं रक्तोत्पलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नघटस्थरक्तचरणं ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम्. And the translation for this verse is, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies, studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. And another Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. Arunam karunatarangatakshin dhritapaşankuşapuşpabanachapam animadibiravritamayukaihi rahamityeva vibhavaye bhavanim. And the translation for this verse says, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the nose, the gourd, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima Feres, and she is the self within me. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in, and the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, and the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are in even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatar of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And Devi Parashakti beautifully reveals how she manifests as the Njavatar of the Supreme Point of Hinduism. She says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Srimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini who is in Kailasa, Sri Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda I took Nijavatara here, to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nityananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion and blessing, listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara. And Devi Parashakti continues to introduce herself. She says, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as Gotras of seven Rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine grahas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, being as 11 rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And now let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there on your screen, so always receive her in a very traditional manner. You can keep two beet leaves, one banana, one betel nut, and a coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who might be wondering what exactly a coin is considered as, what is its importance, and why is it kept as part of the items for receiving? So in the Hindu tradition, a coin is actually considered the traditional dakshina. It is a traditional offering, or it is given either in temples to deities, or even when somebody comes to your home, it is given to receive them. It can be the lowest value. In India, it can even be just 1 paise, and in the US, it can even be just a cent. Swamiji says, I am not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. And you can offer that to Devi Parashakti. And once the darshan is over, you can do namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins that the coins that you collect, you can send it to the Los Angeles temple for the further procedures. And for those of you who might be wondering what exactly does this betel leaf and betel nut do, how will it benefit you? So this betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really Devi Parashakti is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognitions. It will break your unconscious behavior. And here all of you can now see how you can set up and arrange your tambulam. So you can keep the two beet leaves, betel nut, the banana, and the coin on a plate and keep it in front of the screen. You can also keep a few additional items as shown in the image, such as some flowers, kumkum, turmeric, glass bangles, and a coconut. But the 4 basic items is the betel leaf, the betel nut, the banana, and the coin. So you can arrange the items in a plate, keep it in front of the screen as you receive Devi Parashakti. So the next time you're arranging to the items to receive Devi Parashakti, you can also arrange the tambulam to receive her in a very traditional way. And with that, we come to a conclusion of this segment where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how we can receive her. So we'll be moving to the further segments of this program, where in the next segment, all of you will be learning what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings and how important it is for us to understand, internalize, and follow what Devi Parashakti has revealed on all the various topics on the cause and the solutions for all the problems that humanity is going through especially during this pralaya pandemic. So please stay tuned for the next segment, and we will be back after a really short break.
Yeah. So let us understand what Devi Parashakti has revealed for humanity during this time. Devi has been continuously blessing us, guiding us, and ensuring that we are staying safe during this pandemic, during this pralaya. Let us understand what Devi Parashakti has revealed and how those revelations have manifested in our everyday reality. Yeah. So let us understand what Devi Parashakti has revealed as the 8 methods to protect yourself and prevent COVID-19. This is a very beautiful revelation made by Devi Parashakti. So let us understand each step more in depth and how we can apply them in our lives. As many of us have been struggling during this pandemic, during this pralaya, and are many of us have been exposed or are being exposed on the regular basis to coronavirus or people who may be infected with coronavirus. So the best way to prevent yourself is prevent yourself from getting COVID-19 is through these 8 methods revealed by Devi Parashakti. So we will get right into that in a moment. And in the meantime, if you would like to ask any questions to Devi Parashakti during the live Parashakti Akashic reading, you are more than welcome to do so. In order to do this, you can first become a member of the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And then you can go ahead and ask your questions in the live YouTube comments. Sorry for the technical glitch, dear viewers. Let us now enter into this segment and understand what Devi Parashakti has revealed about the 8 steps to prevent yourself from COVID-19. So let's first understand the compassion of the avatar. In the Guru Padika Stotram composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the very first verse describes how the Guru Padika, the sacred feet of the Guru, is the boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samutra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering. And this verse translates, salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is a boat which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, which endows me with the sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dominion of renunciation. Many of us have been feeling stuck in the same storming and raging ocean, being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of the suffering that surrounds us during the Pralaya, the great deluge. Our loved ones are dying due to the pandemic. Our homes are being destroyed due to the natural disasters. Social institutions are crumbling, and the whole of humanity is in a desperate and dire need of hope. And you can see how people are being affected during this pandemic. And the Cosmic Mother has come down just to relieve the suffering of humanity. And it is at this time that the Supreme Concept of Hinduism, the incarnation of the cosmic consciousness, out of his love and compassion, having taken the spiritual responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough of humanity, has been continuously manifesting Devi Parashakti to guide and heal each and every one of us. And Devi Parashakti has guided the whole of humanity in the form of revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and by showing us the future regarding the global issues, the COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and more, and even the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars, which have not surfaced to common knowledge as yet. Let us look at the revelations made by Devi Parashakti on the 8 methods to protect yourself from COVID-19. Let us watch the video first and understand what Devi has revealed.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட, நன்மையை சொல்லிட, தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் ஒன்று. சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2. எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3. நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4. நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5. சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6. நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7. பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். 8இல் 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்பு.
Yes. Let us understand these revelations not into English. Yes. They revealed, oh, humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection corona. Through these 8 ways, 1, praying and meditating on me, 2, surrendering to me through social media, 3, wherever I am residing, worshiping me by doing fire walking, 4, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me every day, 5, being in the unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss. Six, doing Ajaba Ajaba, the cosmic sound, Shiva, 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 with complete mind. 7, with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels and going to sleep. And 8, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Swarana that blossoms as aham, aham in the state of Ananda Swarana. Every everyone who thinks on me through these 8 ways, they will not have effects of Corona. They don't have fear and delusion of Corona. You will live with prosperity, with wisdom and fortune, me with you, you as me as you. You will live good life, even if you do one of these 8 ways. I will protect you. Corona will not reach you. Don't have fear, O people. Be blissful. In Devi Parashakti has revealed the 8 methods to protect all of us from COVID-19. Let us understand each of these methods and the benefits and the science behind each method. The first method that Devi Parashakti revealed was praying and meditating on me, Devi Parashakti. Let us understand this. Science has extensively studied meditation and the effects of meditation on our physical and emotional well-being. And Healthline has listed out 12 science-based benefits of meditation. And these include reducing stress, controlling anxiety, promoting emotional health, enhancing self-awareness, lengthening attention span. It may reduce age-related memory loss. It can generate kindness. It may help fight addictions. It improves sleep. It helps control pain. It can decrease the blood pressure and is easily accessible anywhere. And the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has studied how meditation has a direct impact on our physical as well as our mental well-being. And another study by the Cambridge University Press reiterates the necessity of meditation during times of crisis such as COVID-19. So the Avatar himself has directly demonstrated how meditation can impact our brain. So let us watch that video and understand directly from these studies how meditation impacts our brain.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that, because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They are replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light it up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here, right in the middle, probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that light right here? So what's interesting was, I've never seen that before in my life, so the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed, but this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area, and when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a neuroreceptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. Basically evokes pleasure. If you eat, the same thing is with visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human being experiences involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spot. What's also interesting is that he could, at will, go in and out of those states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya Spiritual Healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. The complete report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena, Scientific Data.
Yes, now that we've understood the impact of meditation, let us understand what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed about prayer and how puja is the best stress buster. Let us watch that video now.
If you are not allowed to do yoga, made to believe early morning sleep is the best thing in your life, you are tortured, you are abused, your divine rights are violated. If you are constantly inspired to do yoga early morning, Brahma Muhurta time, and everyday puja, sit that 30-40 minutes and melt down by feeling connection. Understand? Nothing can be compared to prayer to bust your stress. I tell you, prayer is the best stress buster. Deep feeling connection and tears rolling in your eyes and melting down. Prayer to Paramashiva. Intense yearning, Vyakulata, talking to Paramashiva, relating to Paramashiva. Nothing can be compared to that to bust your stress. I tell you, every day puja is an ultimate recharging experience. If you do every day puja, the kind of the stress-free life you will live, your whole biological clock will be aligned to Kailasa. I tell you, I have seen the people who have the habit of Nitya Puja live long. Not just long, happy. In my whole life, it is Nitya Puja, Puja, that gave me all the best things of life. Every day puja, relating with the deities is the best stress buster. Touch the deities, do decoration, dress up. Even now, my best time of the day is when I sit with my deities. When I sit with my deities, dress up the deities, jewel them, spend time with them, talk to them, intensely pray, deeply connect and pray. Understand? You do not know the power of Archavatara. God landing in physical deity form. Never underestimate the power of Archavatara. The Archavatara is equivalent to living avatara. What living avatar can do to you, an Archa Avatara can do. Atma Linga I am giving to all of you is literally living Archa Avatara. It's a piece of God. Literally.
Yes. And the next method that Devi Parashakti has revealed is surrendering to Devi Parashakti through social media. And there are various ways that you can do this. So let's now go through those various methods. Yeah. The first method is by liking and following the Kailasa HDH Nithyananda Facebook page. Before that, you can also go ahead and join as a member on the YouTube channel, and you can ask your questions in the live video during the live Parashakti Akashic readings. You can also like and follow the Facebook page, the Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Facebook page. And you can go ahead and ask your questions during the live chat, during the live Parashakti Akashic readings. And you can also follow us on Twitter at Sri Nithyananda, and you can ask your questions in a reply to the tweet and with the hashtag Ask the Avatar. And you can also follow us on Instagram at Sri Nithyananda and ask your questions in the comments section as well. And the last way is by asking on WhatsApp. You can search kailasa.org and go to the WhatsApp chat box that pops up, and you can ask your questions in the chat box. So all of your questions will be seen and be answered by Devi Parashakti, will be attended to by Devi Parashakti herself. You can watch the video of Devi Parashakti blessing people.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்ட.
Yes, we can see the other method. Yes. So Devi Parashakti is also revealed wherever I am residing, worshiping me by doing fire walking. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that fire walking is an alchemy process, and our rishis and munis have been adepts and masters in every field, whether health or keeping the society safe in every field. So all the vratams, the pujas, the spiritual techniques, religious rituals, anything they designed is highly scientific and directly useful to the life. And in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own words, coronavirus will not affect you at all, because that firewalking time, that small blisters you get just shoots up your whole immunity. That power, the power to protect yourself from any virus or any problem. It's actually a powerful technique. It's a very powerful technique followed in those days, especially during this season. And especially that is done very traditionally, systematically. If you had even small blisters, and even if you did not have any blisters, you are protected already from corona problem. You will not be affected at all. Corona will not work on you. It will not affect you. And don't worry, it is a traditional way of making you immune. Actually, it's a traditional vaccination process. It's 11 feet length, the burning live charcoal on which you are supposed to walk with the traditional powerful music, which activates your lymph system. That mukulam, we call it, in the back of the neck. This music will feel like it is hitting the back of your neck, and your whole detox system will be awakened in that peak altered state of consciousness. You should walk on fire, not just like that. You will walk. You will first awaken, trigger the detox system, and then walk on the fire, the 11 feet fire pit. If you do for one fire walking, you are absolutely protected from corona. Pray to Mahamariamman and do the fire walking. That is it. It's like a traditional, powerful vaccination. Pray to Parashakti Mahamari, do the Pati Patni Vratam, and do the fire walking. You will be protected from corona problem. So let us understand the science behind fire walking as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself.
All these transmutation processes means balancing the system and awakening the whole consciousness to your whole body is what I call transmutation processes. Some parts of your body becomes insensitive to the existence because of the job it is doing, like a feet, because of the continuous walking, it becomes insensitive. Your cheeks, how they are sensitive, they don't become, they lose sensitivity to the reality. But for the complete Kundalini awakening, your whole body needs to be alive and experiencing the reality and ability to experience the higher consciousness. That is the reason we have the process of firewalking.
Yes, now let us watch the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself doing the fire walking in Tiruvannamalai, the birthplace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
சத்தியம் காத்திடும் உத்தமத்தியே சத்குருவாய் வந்த நித்திய தாயே வேதங்கள் வணங்கிடும் ஆதியும் நீயே ஜோதிமலையிலே அவதரித்தாயே அவனியை பேணும் ஞானமும் நீயே அக்னி வடிவிலே அருள் புரிந்தாயே தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி
understand the science behind firewalking. Yes. See the science behind the firewalking. Sorry for the technical glitch. We will be going back to the slide with the scientific study of the effects of firewalking.
Bididi. It is not, I'm not talking from air, I'm talking from ground. In Bididi, before we came to that land, 30 borewells were dug, no water. Now, from the day we came till now, we have water for 10,000 people to live comfortably in that very land. It's only pouring, pouring Karumari's grace wherever we started ashram. Nature completely cooperates because we know biology, whole biology thinks. If you are having bitter relationships in your life, just start drinking bitter neem juice every morning. The problem will be solved. Understand, if you are irritated, even if you don't react, even if you don't talk to people, you release that kind of vibes. Take Haritaki. You will see you release sweet kind of vibes. Take neem juice. You release healing, compassionate vibes. A woman who applies neem powder and takes bath, who applies turmeric powder and takes bath, is equivalent to Karumari Mahamayi. That neem paste and turmeric powder. If a woman takes bath with that, she is equivalent to Mahamayi. She is embodiment of Karumari because she will be manifesting that same vibes of Karumari. I sincerely recommend people start doing all these activities like applying neem paste and taking bath, applying haritaki powder and taking bath, applying turmeric powder and taking bath, applying basma and taking bath, especially for men, basma, for women, neem paste and turmeric paste. All four can be used by both, all genders. That is different. If you want specific, I'll recommend the neem and turmeric for female body, haritaki and basma for male body. Understand, your whole biology things. Working on whole biology changes the whole life. So, now with this understanding the whole biology things, think Mahavagya. This is Ajapa Japa. Think Mahavagya. With the understanding your whole biology thinks. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Blessings to all of you. start manifesting powers now.
Yes. So let us understand the benefits of turmeric as well. So turmeric has been studied pretty extensively by science, and the primary agent in turmeric, which is the active ingredient, is curcumin, and it has been shown in the last 2 decades to be a potent immunomodulator agent that can modulate the activation of various immune cells, and curcumin can also downregulate the expression of various pro-inflammatory cytokines, and chemokines. So and steam can also help you in fighting against corona, and it is a very important part of Ayurveda. And turmeric is also effective against coronavirus. Turmeric and neem are also effective against coronavirus, according to a KGMU study. And the next method that Devi Parashakti revealed is with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels and going to sleep. And this is how you can do this. You can put onion and banana peel in the heels, and you can put a sock over this and go to sleep like this. So you can detox your whole body and ensure that you're protecting yourself from coronavirus. And Medical Daily has published the benefits of onion in detoxifying the body, and it emphasizes the beneficial properties of onion for our health. Onions contain a high amount of sulfur compounds, which not only give onions the recognizable smell, but are also powerful detoxifying agents. And with more than 100 sulfur-containing compounds, which are what cause the eyes to tear, onions can help prevent and treat ailments from diabetes to heart disease. And the downstream products are a complex mixture of sulfur-based compounds, and these compounds from onion have been reported to have a range of health benefits, which includes anti-carcinogenic properties, antiplatelet activity, antithrombotic activity, anti-asthmatic activity, and antibiotic effects. And this is from an article by the Journal of Phototherapy on the onion detox effect. And the next method that Devi Parashakti revealed is being in an unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss. Let us understand the science of unclutching as revealed by the Supreme Concept of Kailasa.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people, about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. Is similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds, it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains, there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above, silently, like Dakshinamurti, and feels, why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
Now, let us look at the other method he has revealed. In the interest of time, you can practice the unclutching in your own time. You can go ahead and see the Mahavakya on the YouTube channel and practice 5 minutes of unclutching at a time that is more convenient for you. So we can move to the next method.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
And the next method that Devi Parashakti has revealed is doing Ajba Ajba of the cosmic sound Shiva Shiva Shiva. Yes. And a study conducted by the US National Library of Medicine on the benefits of chanting clearly establishes how doing the Ajba Ajba, the chanting, has a direct positive benefit for physical health and mental well-being. The study correlates the chanting of the Ajba Ajba to the vagus nerve stimulation used as a treatment for depression and epilepsy. So with this, in the interest of time, we will be concluding this portion of the program, and we'll be entering into the next segment of the program, where we will understand some of the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. So if you are just overflowing with gratitude for Devi, for manifesting in your life, for blessing you, healing you, and guiding you through this pralaya, you can stay tuned for this next segment, where we will understand some of the various revelations that we can make to Devi Parashakti. Now let us enter into the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. Yes. So an offering is a giving of a divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness. And it consists of two parts, the giving and the accepting. And only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. Offerings are not made out of fear nor out of greed, but when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only purpose of enlightenment. Yes, we can move to the next slide, please. So let us understand Devi Parashakti and the Bhavasmati Darshan. Devi is the complete manifestation of both the masculine and feminine consciousness. And both consciousness have to be expressed equally by every human being to be enlightened. Until enlightenment, only the masculine dimension expresses more than the feminine dimension, irrespective of whether you are in the male or female physical bodies. And every human being has to complete with these five dimensions to achieve enlightenment. One, the Pitrus or the ancestors. Two, the Kula Devatas or the family deities. Three, the parents, four, nature. And five, Guru, who of course will ultimately bestow enlightenment upon you. And incompletions are light, negative, adharmic cognitions in the five dimensions that lead to misconstrued karana and karya, the cause and effect, that further lead to suffering and pain and calamities in the individual, personal, and collective global levels. Being sensitive is being aware and in gratitude to life. Everything from the air that we breathe to this place that we sit, the energy that we feel that we exist, to the energy that to celebrate our existence is what we should be having gratitude for. And the 43 energies that constitute our human body, when all 43 are integrated to Dharma, one becomes enlightened. Dharma is the cosmic motherly completion and sensitivity from the level of the Panchabhutas. And this is the core principle of the cosmos. Awakening the sacred feminine is key to enlightenment. When awakened, man expresses the sacred feminine consciousness. He becomes a great revered leader. When awakened woman expresses the sacred feminine consciousness, she becomes Devi, the cosmic mother, expressing all the powers. And The key to awaken the sacred feminine consciousness is conscious sovereignty, which the supreme concept of Hinduism has been continuously revealing about over the last several months. And out of millions of paths, the easiest, sweetest, and most beautiful path to enlightenment is connecting with God, the cosmos as mother, Devi Parashakti, the cosmic feminine consciousness. Devi is the one who expresses as Guru all the gods, all the manifestations in the universe. She can straight away deliver enlightenment by connecting to the cosmic umbilical cord. And offerings are not to benefit the divine, but to close our gap with the divine consciousness. When we achieve Divine Mother, her infinite powers with her sweet grace starts nourishing all of our dimensions through the cosmic umbilical cord. There is nothing too small or too big one can offer to connect with the Divine Mother. It has to be from the space of love of a child looking at a mother and handing her what it has to share with her out of deep love and gratitude. It can be a cup of milk or a flower, or it can be a precious jewel to adorn her smiling face or her beautiful hair. The Vedic rishis have clearly stated that the technique to connect with the sacred feminine consciousness, to awaken the same qualities in us, one can connect with Paramashiva through oneness, but with the divine cosmic mother, it is only by worshiping her feet with devotion. Mother worship is the most non-violent, most peace-centered, most healing, soothing, and sweetest path to enlightenment among all traditions on planet Earth. Worshipping Mother includes contemplating, meditating through sacred offerings of mantras and oblations at her feet. Mother worship is, as we stated, the most sweetest path to enlightenment. So why do we worship the divine cosmic mother? Why the divine feminine? Because she is the ultimate and she can make you experience the ultimate. And here is the Shastra Pramana for Devi Parashakti. And it translates, I walk as the 11 Rudras, I walk as the Vasus, I walk as Vishnu and other Adityas, and all divine forms, the Vishvadevas, assuming the form of the inner self of all the gods. I hold aloft Mitra and Varuna, even as Indra and Agni I do, and the Ashwini twins too, and this is from the Rig Veda. And it continues on, the Ekadasha Rudras, Maharudra, Ashtavasus, Dvadasha Adityas, Vishvadevata, all of them are my retinue. I move around in my various forms with them as my retinue. I protect all of them, including Mitra, Varuna, Indra, Agni, and the Ashwini Devatas. Devi declares herself as the inner self of all the gods, the divine energies, all pervading and all permeating. So you can also experience the energy and Devi of Devi Parashakti permeating into your life through these various offerings to Devi Parashakti. The first offering that you can make is the e-Hundi offering, which is a general donation. And you can do this online through the YouTube chat, super chat option. And you can just offer any amount that you would like out of your love, your devotion to Devi Parashakti. And it is stated that Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. she can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. So if there's any fear in the minds of the devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn, and that is not the autumn, the season, but rather the autumn of our lives, when our thoughts turn more and more inwards and the role of the divine becomes much more known and understood. And the need for Devi worship becomes much stronger. And Devi is described as the one who bestows happiness on all her devotees. So you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti and receive and offer your kanika, your name shall be chanted out during the puja to Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Sankalpa chanting, the offering of your conscious resolution. And the right context to offer anything to Devi Parashakti is stated in the Saundarya Lahari. Let the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become chanting of your name. Let all my movements become auspicious mudras. Let my travel become perambulations around you. Let the act of eating and drinking become fire offering oblations in the homas, yajnas to you. Let my act of sleeping become salutations to you. And let all actions of pleasure of mine become part of your worship. So when you offer this with your true love and devotion, your undying devotion to Devi Parashakti, you can receive the blessings for both asked and unasked, remembered and forgotten wishes to manifest by the grace of Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Devi Sahasranama Sparnakasu. This is the offering of a gold coin with the various names of Devi Parashakti. And Devi is described as Namaparayana Prita, the one who likes the repetition of names. And each of these various names of Devi Parashakti describe the various qualities of Devi Parashakti. So when you offer this, you will be blessed to awaken all of the Ananta Kalyana Gunas of Devi Parashakti, the multiple divine feminine conscious attributes and powers of Devi herself. The next offering that you can offer is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. And Devi is described as being adorned in pearl. And the pearl represents the overflowing compassion of Devi Parashakti. So when you offer this, you will be blessed with the protection from all dangers and fears and the overflowing compassion of Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Sarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. And Devi is described as the one who bestows accomplishments and intellect, the one who showers worldly prosperity. Devi, who powers the subtle mantra of the cosmos. I bow to you, O Devi Mahalakshmi. So when you offer this, this Swarna Padma Pushpa, you will be blessed with attracting positive relationships in personal and in business dimensions. The next offering is the Swarnamati, the golden toe ring. And in the Saundarya Lahari, it is stated that Lord Brahma, the creator of the universe, selects a dust from your feet and creates this world. The great Adishesha, with his thousands of heads, somehow carries the dust of your feet with great effort. And the great Lord Rudra takes it and powders it nicely and uses it as the holy ash. So you can see the significance and power of just the feet dust of Devi Parashakti. So when you offer this Varnameti at the feet of Devi Parashakti, you will be blessed with a lifetime of leadership qualities, which is achieved just by worshiping even a grain of dust from her feet. And you can offer this Varnameti at the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti herself. Next offering is the Mantika, the golden hairline jewelry. And Devi is described as the one who makes the nectar flow from the Sahasrara, the crown center, to the Anya, the third eye center. and permeates through all the 72,000 nadis to give us the ultimate experience of the cosmos. So when you offer this Varnamantika, the golden hairline jewelry, you will be blessed with the bliss flowing from your Sahasrara and permeating to all 72,000 nadis, and be blessed with the lifestyle of enlightenment. And the next offering is the most favorite offering of all the devotees and disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Pratiksha Pada Puja, the worshipping of the divine feet of the Guru, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti for each and every one of you to bring the healing energy of the Cosmic Mother. And Adi Shankaracharya has extolled the virtues of worshipping the divine lotus feet of the Guru. And he states, my repute has traveled in all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All things of this world are in my hands as reward for my virtues. Yet if one's mind be not centered upon the lotus feet of the Guru, what then, what then, what then? You can offer the Pratiksha Pada Puja and at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is the manifestation of the feminine consciousness, the one beyond the idea of male and female. And you will be blessed with the most sweetest, most auspicious path to enlightenment. Next offering. The next offering is the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of clothes to the Guru, the dimension of the Cosmic Mother, during the Pratiksha Pada Puja, and you will be bestowed with all protection in your path to enlightenment. And so you have here all the list of offerings that you can select. It's a very simple process for making these offerings. Yes, we can go to the next slide, please. You can see the how to make your offering. So you can go to gateway.nithyanandeshwarahindutemple.org/NHTLA and direct yourself to the Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan donations page. And here's what the page will look like. And you can go ahead and choose whichever offering you want to make in the drop-down menu. In the next slide, we can see what the drop-down menu looks like. Yes, so you can see the various offerings in the drop-down menu, and you can choose whichever one you like, and you can choose how many ever offerings that you would like to make. Then once you are done, you can go ahead and we can see the payment, the cart in the next slide. Yes, so we can see the cart and what it looks like in the next slide. Yes, so this is what your cart will look like once you have selected all your offerings. And then you can proceed to check out and go ahead and make your payment for your sevas. And this is just as you would for any online payment that you would make. You can see that in the next slide. You can see all of the billing details and your order details, just like you would for any other online payment. And once this is done, you will have offered your seva to Devi Parashakti. And your seva will be offered, and your name will be chanted in the offering to Devi Parashakti. So Next, you can also become a member of the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. You can go ahead and go to the YouTube channel and click the join button as highlighted here in this picture. And once you click the join button, you will be directed to this window and you can choose which level of e-Kailashan you would like to be. And each one has its various exclusive content associated with it. So you can choose whichever one suits you. And this is also a very simple process to make this payment. You can just add your credit card or debit card, or you can pay through PayPal as well. And then you can complete your purchase and become a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And you will be able to ask questions directly during the live Devi Parashakti Akashic reading in the comment section. And Devi Parashakti herself will be viewing your questions directly. And again, here is the link for offering your sevas to Devi Parashakti, gateway.nithyanandeshwarahindutemple.org/NHTLA, and you can direct yourself to the Parashakti Bhavasamadhi Darshan's donations page. So with this, we will be concluding this portion of the program and we'll be entering into the next segment where we will be hearing from the Adi Kailasa Satvityapita and the various happenings that are going on in the Adi Kailasa Satvityapita. As many of you have heard, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up all of the Kailasas in India for the sake of multi-layer quarantine as Kailasas COVID care centers. So now we have Ma Dayamai Swami joining us today to guide us through all of the various activities and programs happening at the Kailasa COVID care centers in India. Thank you so much, Ma Dayamai Swami, for joining us.
Thank you, Ma. Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome back to this segment. In this segment, we are going to learn about the multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection centers at the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, and with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So what we learn from this segment? Concerning statistics due to the COVID-19 pandemic, what are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa's contributions? Why temple-based ecosystem? Why is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism establishing the temple-based ecosystems? Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, we will see some glimpses. The UN recognizes the Kailasa's contributions and join Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. And these are some of the concerning statistics due to the pandemic. COVID-19 Delta variant, still most concerning, say the World Health Organization experts. Even with the emergence of the new COVID-19 variant, the Delta strain remains the top concern globally, appearing to outcompete others, senior officials with the World Health Organization said recently. I think the Delta variant for me is the one that's most concerning because of the increased transmittability, said the Dr. Maria Vanker-Kove, the agency's technical lead for COVID-19, speaking during an online question and answer session. It's doubly transmittable compared to the ancestral strain, which means that it can spread to more people. COVID-19 pandemic is nowhere under control in the United States, says the chief medical advisor Anthony Fauci. In a country of our size, you cannot be hanging around and having 1,000 infections a day. You have got to get well before 10,000 before you start feeling comfortable, Mr. Fauci said. He said, right now we are still in pandemic mode because we have 1,60,000 new infections a day. That's not even modestly good control. In an interview with Axios, the United States has reported 40 million cases of COVID-19 since the outbreak of the virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. The increase in COVID cases comes as the US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide booster shots of the vaccines as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. The surge in Delta variant is driven by the low vaccination coverage in many communities across the United States, according to the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. According to a report, COVID-19 made the world less peaceful. The COVID-19 violent incidences and fatalities from January 2020 to April 2021. The violent incidences related to the pandemic peaked in April 2020. The prevalence of depression and anxiety remains high among younger adults in France. The younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. The ages 18 to 24 got reporting symptoms of anxiety and depressive disorder about 56.2%, and ages 25 to 49 about 48.9%, and ages 50 to 64 about 39.1%, and ages 65 plus reported 29.3. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder, what it was in January to June over a period of 6 months, which was 11% in 2019, and in January 2021, now it increased to 41.1%. Share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic by age. The adults aged 18 to 24, 56.2. Again, this statistic shows the younger adults are more likely to prone symptoms of the reporting symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorders. The stress in America 2020, a national mental health crisis. The COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. Nearly 8 in 10, about 78% say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their lives. Nearly 7 in 10, which is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. COVID-19 could exacerbate doctors' existing mental health burden. More than 60,000 healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19, 300 have died. Of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety. Self-reported mental health among pregnant women, new mothers before COVID-19 pandemic. Depression is 15%, and now during the COVID-19 pandemic, it raised to 40.7%. And the anxiety was 29% before the pandemic, and now during this pandemic, it raised to 72%. Living under stay-at-home orders, 8 in 10 students are struggling with focus on school or work and avoiding distractions. Students are interacting most with patients, parent during COVID-19 physical distancing, and parents can support students is simply spending time with them, ranked much higher than talking about COVID-19 news. For college student mental wellness, the virtual face-to-face time; for high school students, the digital social gatherings. 55% of students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Understanding the pandemic's impact on working women, nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. Nearly 70% of the women who have experienced these disruptions are concerned their career growth may be limited as a result. According to the World Bank, the global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession in 2020, with per capita income contracting in the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. According to the International Labour Organization, COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict of affected nations. The COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situations. The ILO is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. The Mumbai mayor says the third wave is here. What do the September surge in COVID cases tells us? The city's mayor has said that the third wave of COVID is already upon Mumbai, pointing to a sudden spike in cases. The third wave of COVID-19 is not coming, it is here, said the Kishori Badnekar, adding that an announcement regarding the matter had already been made in Nagpur, speaking of the coming festive season in Maharashtra. The mayor urged people to remain in their homes. Breakthrough infections found in 25% health staff. According to a study, a little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated. A recent study has revealed, giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant. The study, jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology and Maximum Hospitals in Delhi NCR, found that the vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. The new COVID-19 variant, Mu, shows signs of vaccine resistance. All you need to know. The new coronavirus strain known as Mu, which was first identified in Colombia in January, has been designated a variant of interest by the World Health Organization. After being detected in Colombia, Mu, known scientifically as B.1.621, has since been reported in other South American countries and in Europe. The new variant has a constellation of mutations that indicate potential properties of immune escape. The Global Health Body said recently in its weekly pandemic bulletin. So join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Now, making peace with nature is possible. If we start now, making peace with nature is possible. Even amid pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, societal, economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve the sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty, By 2030, if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries, we have no choice but to transform our economies and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. The World Health Organization Health and Peace Initiative. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be a health without peace, and there cannot be a peace without health. If individuals and groups enjoy equitable access to health services, fulfilling their rights to physical and mental health, and health actors design a neutral health intervention that promotes trust and dialogue, and communities are empowered to cope with violent conflict, then health coverage is more universal. Grievances can be heard and addressed to generate trust around health emergency concerns. Affected communities are more likely to make meaningful contributions to peace and reconciliation and to resist incitement to violence. The menu of health and peace interventions: the reinforcing equitable access to health services, mental health and psychological support, community violence reduction or prevention, cross-team technical cooperation and dialogue, and there are few more that inclusive of participatory health governance and mediation and diplomatic engagement, and many others. Now, the United Nations International, on the day of International Yoga, the theme was for the United Nations declared as Yoga for Well-being. The day will be marked at a time when COVID-19 pandemic continues to upend lives and livelihoods of people globally. Beyond its immediate impact on physical health, the COVID-19 pandemic has also exacerbated psychological suffering and mental health problems, including depression and anxiety, as pandemic-related restrictions continue in various forms in many countries. Thus, this has highlighted the urgent need to address the mental health dimension of the pandemic, in addition to the physical health aspects. The message of yoga in promoting both physical and mental well-being of humanity has never been more relevant. A growing trend of people around the world embracing yoga to stay healthy and rejuvenated to fight social isolation and depression has been witnessed during the pandemic. Yoga is also playing a significant role in the psychosocial care rehabilitation of COVID-19 patients in quarantine and in isolation. It is particularly helpful in allowing their fears and anxiety. Amidst the COVID-19, we need enhanced international coordination and peace. United States Institute of Peace, tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflicts around the world while stemming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. Sustainable Developmental Goals, UN spotlights health benefits of yoga, ancient practice that can ease stress of our modern laptop lives. Yoga is a practice that can be relevant to all ages, relevant to all cultures, irrespective of what socio-economic status people represent. It can be used to unite our complex and difficult world to promote not only healthy lifestyles, but to promote peace and security in the world, said the Dr. Nata Manapte, Executive Director of the New York office of the World Health Organization, at the event entitled Conversation Yoga for Health. The stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, and private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. The food system hold key to ending world's hunger. The effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the UN has noted a dramatic increase in world hunger. According to the State of Food Security and Nutrition in the world, 1/10 of the global population, as many as 811 million people, were undernourished in 2020, an increase of 118 million from 2019. According to the EAT Lancet Commission, moving toward diets with a diversity of plant-based foods, low amounts of animal source foods, unsaturated rather than the saturated fats, and limited amounts of refined grains, highly processed foods, and added sugars could prevent between 19 to 24% of all adult deaths each year. Our contemporary world is showing no signs of decline at the intensity of violent conflicts. Our contemporary world is showing no sign of decline in the intensity of violent conflicts, crime and displacement, and the prevalence of continued state of tension in many regions of the world. According to the UN report, in the year 2019 alone, about 55% of 358 political conflicts worldwide involve the use of violence. Geopolitical tensions, which have been on the rise even before the COVID-19 pandemic, have only prolonged violent conflict, making it difficult for policymakers to come together and resolve their differences peacefully and amicably. The last decade witnessed the highest number of people internally displaced by the conflict and violence. International peace and security. The Vedic tradition beautifully describes that yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivanu pushyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tatona vigugupchate. Ishavasha Upanishad, verse 6. The inner peace leads to world peace. So now, What are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism contributions for the global peace? Now let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own voice that the secret to achieve global peace, self-transformation, that is the key.
Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. You read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find a little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social answer means, I'll tell. Social answer means.
Now, let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that Sri Kailas is all about peace-based powerfulness.
Listen carefully. The space of Shanti, is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness. Powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra. Starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything. All the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa.
Now, every prayer in Hinduism starts with a peace and ends with the peace.
Every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lost all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years, how many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure you yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the supreme pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility. Every chanting, Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to each one. Your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge and then let them send a challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge. 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people and they also form and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace. Let us start working for global peace instead of just talking. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. This is the message. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. Global peace is the responsibility of Hindus. We living, practicing Hindus, not only we should achieve the individual peace through unclutching yoga, meditation, we should also create an ecosystem where the global peace starts manifesting. This Kailasa Hindu micronation is the enlightenment ecosystem. I request every living practicing Hindu to manifest, do it. So the global peace can manifest from these Kailasa Hindu micronations all over the world. Hindus have the response. Hindus.
So Kailasa's mission of global peace and superconsciousness breakthrough. The sovereign order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Nithyananda order of monks and nuns and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a superconsciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to revive a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human and mind-body emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. The life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the cognitions are rooted in the highest truths, the lifestyle based on living and radiating the higher values of life, the powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aimed to reduce crime globally by conducting mass meditations around the world in parallel. In 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. The scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate after the participation in the meditation and completion techniques. In 1976, it was found that when 1% of community participated meditations, pujas, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on an average. The current tally on the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged, including all the events, programs, festivities, where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in meditations and rituals. The total count comes out to be a staggering of 409 billion minutes for peace so far. You can see the pictures here where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself conducted the largest the program called Shuddhatvaitam. For 48 days, about 5,000 devotees gathered and participated in this program. Now, Kailasa's mission of global peace and superconsciousness breakthrough. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has hosted Kumbh Mela in United States of America in Los Angeles since 2007. Nithyananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host Kumbh Mela outside India by the Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized the first confluence for world peace to honor the memory of those who lost their lives saving others on September 11, 2001 at Irvine, California, United States of America. The second confluence for the peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with Vedanta Society, BAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga, and other organizations. The Kumbh Mela festival spread fast to other countries, including Australia, Canada, etc. In 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life, to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted the large-scale collective meditations on September 21st, International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness and awareness of peace. One of the greatest contributions that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism contributed to the humanity is initiating sannyas to many thousand. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating thousands of people into the Nithyananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute to the best things to human civilization, living their life with the cognition that life is for others. These monks and nuns act as the harbingers of peace and empowerment for the human society distraught with violence, depression, and other forms of life's negativity. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, that is spiritual journeys, taking spiritual aspirant to high energy sacred spots such as the Himalayas, Kailasa, Varanasi, Angkor Wat, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation. Reviving the original spiritual context, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible for modern-day human beings to benefit from the spiritual energy present at these centers and accelerate their journey of spiritual evolution, hence ensuring individuals and collective peace as a natural consequence. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa's mission for global peace and superconsciousness breakthrough, the No Hunger project launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This project aims to tackle the issues on a widespread scale. Annadan is a Hindu practice of serving free food to others and is ordained by the Hindu scriptures as one of the best practices, not only from societal context, but also for one's spiritual upliftment. Though Annalaya's food donation centers, the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa worldwide under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has served over 2 million organic sattvic vegetarian meals so far. The food cooked strictly based on agamas, hence is high in sattva, a Sanskrit term referring to quality associated with the peace, bliss, high activism, and higher state of consciousness, and is distributed only after being served to the divine. Giving free food to all the citizens is the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the preference from Vedas and Agamas. In 1943 to 1944, in the man-made famine of Bengal, as per existing records, 3 million were murdered, and the Prime Minister of the world's biggest empire, controlling 1/3 of mankind, claimed they could not do anything about the people dying of hunger because Hindus bred like rabbits, and the famine was their fault. In 2016, in Ujjain Kumbh Mela, the peacekeepers of Kailasa served organic food to over 3+ million peacekeepers of Kailasa under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and served more than 1 billion free meals in past 26 years, and determined to end the hunger and poverty in all its forms. Kailasa, with 200 peacekeepers at any given time, can deliver the what even one of the biggest countries could not deliver. Kailasa is not driven by war, or fear and greed. It is an enlightened civilization driven by selfless service. In Vedagamas, the source of Hindu scriptures, Annam Bahu Kurvita, which means let us produce food in large quantities. Through the widespread distribution of promotion of free, healthy, organic food, Kailasa's global peacekeepers, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serve the free sattvic meals that serve such that we may achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture globally. Annadan is a vision to end poverty and hunger in all its forms. Additionally, serving free organic vegetarian food acts as a significant step towards introducing an alternative diet to people that is tasty as well as healthy, and also takes to an account the safety and health of Mother Earth. In 2002, you can see the pictures show the early days of Kailasa spiritual mission, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offering the Annadan, providing the free organic vegetarian meal on Kartikeya Deepam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has said that if the meat industry is allowed to continue to this scale, planet Earth will not be able to survive more than 50 to 60 years. You can see the glimpses where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the free meals and Nithyananda Purana meditation workshop, Salem, India. In the area of disaster relief, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has provided emergency relief to thousands who face natural events such as the tsunami, earthquakes, floods, etc. through Nithyananda Global Initiative and the Red Om Global Services. And the volunteers have provided thousands of food packets, clothes, blankets to affected areas in India such as Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu, and built shelters for those who have lost their housing due to these events. Under the Blue Om Initiative, Kailasa is working for animal rights and prevention of cruelty towards the. Under the Green Om is working for protecting the environment. The most recent humanitarian initiative launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is opening Kailasa COVID care centers in India, where the monastery campuses have been turned into a multi-layer quarantine facility to safeguard and inmates against any possible point of contact with the outer world. Now, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the temple-based ecosystem. Now, why the temple-based ecosystem? Let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains about the science of temples.
The words, pictures, visuals can be transmitted. See the verbalization and visualization, names and forms can be transmitted from one place to another place through these mobile towers, dish TV antennas. But the temple towers are created to transmit super consciousness from one place to another place. Please understand. In Meenakshi's time, there was television, conscious television, It used to be in stone slab. And if you just sit in front of that stone TV, meditate, connect with Meenakshi, she will appear live and answer whatever you want. So each of the stone slabs only slowly later on became deities. You can see in our temples this happening. The TVs in which I am appearing and speaking are slowly becoming deities. They are receiving worship. Flowers are offered to it. Aarti is done to it. Incense is given to it. Now, all our temples are planning to have a separate throne for this TV. In Los Angeles, already I am on the throne. The TV is in the throne. The TV, in which people are seeing me, have already become deity. Same way, please understand, the stones through which people were able to connect with the super consciousness have become deities. Same way, all our temples, deities, everything is a connecting mechanism with super consciousness. The mechanism which connects with the super consciousness. Please understand, the deities and temples are not just sentimental carved stones, or they are not just artistic sculptures. They are conscious transmitters. They raise you to the super consciousness. In each house in Vedic tradition, we have a puja room. All the puja rooms are your private conscious airport, are conscious transmission centers. The main temple is a place from where continuous super consciousness is radiating. So if you just sit and connect with a deep feeling connection, see, in those days human beings were so beautiful and simple. Just remembering the name of the deity is enough. They are already in connection with the deity. That feeling connection. When I read Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it says, sit in Siddhasana and be in Samadhi. That's all. So the human beings were so simple in those days. Just if you sit in Siddhasana, you are already in Samadhi. If you sit, your mind sits. Now, if you sit, your mind sits. Mind is completely away from the body. In those days, human beings are so simple and intelligent. All the non-mechanical parts of their brain were awakened. It is Western culture which killed the non-mechanical parts of the brain, the functions of the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Please understand, in the Vedic civilization, always human beings were brought up in such a way that non-mechanical parts of the brain was fully alive and awakened. It is a cultural invasion, destroyed the greatest possibility of the human being when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is not functioning anymore. The temples, deities, all these are looking useless. Otherwise, they are a huge conscious infrastructure. Please understand. One example, suddenly, if we find some method to travel just 20 feet above the air, or 30 feet above the air, without petrol or diesel, all our automobiles, roads, everything will become useless. Then you will wonder, why so many automobile industries are established? Why so many cars are produced? Why this huge road waste? I think our ancestors are fools. You don't understand. At one period, it was used. It was being useful. Our temples, our deities, all these are useful if all your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. Unclutching is the process to awaken your non-mechanical parts of the brain. When your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, you will understand temples, deities, how useful they are, how directly useful they are, how they are part of our life, how they enrich our life, and how they make human beings intelligent, enlightened. These are the methods created to create enlightened civilization. These grand temples are not built as an just monument. They are built as a conscious movement. It is not like Egyptian pyramids, monuments. No. It is conscious movement to raise human beings to the highest consciousness, to make human beings experience the highest purpose. Understand, unclutch, use the temples to achieve the highest consciousness.
Now, the revelations to the world by Devi Parashakti. On 12th May 2021, Devi revealed that they have to live, it has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies' rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in the Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have death, they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line, and every day they will come and dip in Ananda Lingam. On 12th May, on 13th May 2021, Devi revealed that, listen well to my word. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nijavatara, without confusion and without talking, just as lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Crores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana, water, peace, and medicine, to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, the ship is there. On 14th May 2021, Devi revealed that whoever comes to Adi Kailasa and does the good work of saving people from deadly corona, I myself will do all of their work. And this is the commitment Paramashakti giving you all. Parameshwari, I will do what I say. On 19th May 2021, Devi revealed that to save people from corona, I have set up a huge ship, Ananda Sarovar, Vaidya Sarovar, and Anandalingam. I have made it in Adi Kailasa. Go there, take water every day, worship Anandalingam. Water, turmeric, milk, neem rasam, showered on Navapashanam are the medicines for this. 19th May 2021, Devi revealed that the doors of Adi Kailasa will be open for all those who come with trust. It will protect body and will give conscious health. It will also give highest powers, dharma, artha, moksha, jnana, powers and karma and God beyond karma. Adi Kailasa life will give all the goodness. On 31st May 2021, Devi revealed that the hell of Krimi Bhojanam mentioned by the Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder, running to Adi Kailasa, and preventing it is the only way. I have opened Adi Kailasa for those who want to save their lives. All of you run to Adi Kailasa. On 11th June 2021, Devi revealed that drop the foolish mind with the business motive of bargaining and attain surrender and go to Adi Kailasa. Be in Adi Kailasa, I will do good to you. On 18th June, for saving your life, go to Adi Kailasa. Best life is there. Before Corona takes your life away, go to Adi Kailasa and save your life. The soil of Adi Kailasa is Sarva Roga Nivarini and cure for all diseases. For all the diseases in the world, Paramashakti, myself taking the form of Nithyananda as Nija Avatara, walking there barefoot for many years, manifesting all powers, the very soil was converted into a great medicine that solves all karmas. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The various COVID care protection centers and Tamil Nadu, Bangalore, Pondicherry, Hyderabad, and Gujarat. The Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. The multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social and spiritual services offered during the pandemic at the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, cosmic revelations on global pandemic, and free social services offered during the pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India are medical care, allopathy, Ayurvedic, and Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, ICU on wheels, personal proactive medical equipment, food security management through food banks and organic farming. And you can see the glimpses of participants of the COVID care protection program offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are enjoying a healthy, blissful, spiritual lifestyle in multi-layered protection. They enjoy a stress-free time following a spiritual morning routine doing yoga, daily puja, temple seva, and kara seva, and celebrating festivals. And you can see the recent festival also they have celebrated. So join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Center. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. The link again, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. With this, we'll be moving on to the next part of our segment, this program, after a very short break.
पादकामारि पारा पारा मन्त्रमय दिव्यन्तेहिन् सर्वज्ञपीठेश्वर आनन्दगन्धनिलय निर्वाणधाम काषायं परं सन्न्यास कृत्यधीश्वरा शिव त्रिनेत्रदीक्षदायक नित्यानन्द परमशिवा नित्यानन्द परमशिवा नित्यानन्द परमशिवा
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and blessings. I welcome all the Sarvajñapeta Yajamans, Kartas, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Kotari Tanedar, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Conscious sovereignty is manifested by you being and radiating your conscious sovereignty continuously. Do this Swarajya Siddhi Samyama. This is the Samyama to achieve conscious sovereignty. Listen. This Swarajya Siddhi Samyama means Samyama for the conscious sovereignty I directly received from Raghupati Yogi and Isakki Swamigal. Isakki Swamigal, till the end of his life, he practiced this Samyama. Raghupati Yogi taught me from the yogic angle. Isakki Swami gave me as a Shaktipada itself. Now, this is the message from Paramashiva. Listen very deeply. I'm going to initiate all of you. Do the Shaktipada and Shaktinipada of this Samyama today. So if you want to call all your friends, family, you can call them for initiation. If you want to get your pets, get them for initiation. Actually, this is the important direct instruction from Paramashiva. That's the reason I came for the satsang today. Otherwise, originally I was planning that I will directly give the Devi Bhava Darshan on Adivelli, which is tomorrow. Tomorrow you are all going to have a darshan, Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan, as it usually happens in those days, with a sari and all the full Devi manifestation. You are all going to have Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan tomorrow. So I was originally planning I will come for Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan because too much Samadhi. But this message just got downloaded into my system so powerfully, and it need to be delivered immediately, today itself, from the Akashic records. The whole science got downloaded. Please listen. I got these signs from Isakki Swamigal and Raghupati Yogi both. Now, Paramashiva gave this. Elaborately, directly from the Akashic records. Swarajya Siddhi Samyama. It's a very powerful manifestation. Directly from Paramashiva. So if you guys want, I'll give few minutes for all of you to gather everyone, your friends, family, pets, for initiation. Then I'll start the initiation. Shrikant, tell Prasanna Ramchandran to join. Tripura, tell Vedaswarupa to join. And tell Bhagavan Reddy also to join. Ramesh Ramani, I think in the car. Oh, it's in the house. Ramesh Ramani is in the house only. It's a sunlight. So all of you settle down with your Atmalingas. I'm going to initiate step by step. Call all your friends and family and inform them now. This Samyama has two layers. Swarajya Siddhi Samyama, Swarajya Shakti Samadhi. I'm going to initiate both the layers. So better all of you settle down. Listen. All of you listen intensely. I'll explain both the levels. Swarajya Siddhi, Swarajya Shakti. Swarajya Siddhi, listen. You are Paramashiva. Everyone with whom you are relating is Paramashiva. With this cognition, continuously, every thought raising in you should be from this cognition. Understand? Consciousness becoming your emotion, thought currents, words, retaining your sovereignty. Understand? Your consciousness, from that only your cognitions manifest. From your cognitions only your emotions manifest. From your emotions, your thought currents manifest. From your thought currents, your words come out. Through your words, you start acting. The words uttered inside or outside. That is the way your functioning starts. Your relationship, this whole psychodrama starts. So, listen carefully. Your consciousness manifesting as your cognition, as your emotion, as your thought current, as your words, without losing your sovereignty. Then you achieve Swarajya Siddhi. Anyone in this world can start practicing it. Now, I am giving you the second layer. Swarajya Shakti Samadhi. This is the Samyama. Samadhi. You need to manifest it intensely. Samadhi, which you need to manifest it intensely. For this, you need certain amount of ferociousness. Just for this Chaturmasya, please do it. Listen carefully. Mala Nadarajan, don't worry. Mala Nadarajan has messaged that Nadarajan is admitted in the hospital. Don't worry. You have taken care of my daughter, so I will take care of you all. But don't worry. Yes, let's come back to satsang. Listen. Listen carefully. I'll describe elaborately, clearly, how my gurus used to manifest this samadhi and these powers of the conscious sovereignty. I'm using the word English word conscious sovereignty. Originally, the original Sanskrit word is Swarajya Shakti. It means reclaiming your Rajya, your kingdom, and manifesting the Shaktis of your kingdom. Swarajya Shakti Samyama, Swarajya Shakti Samadhi. Samyama means Tarana, Dhyana, Samadhi. All these three put together is called Samyama. So now, This is the way you can manifest your conscious sovereignty. Listen. Listen to the instructions deeply. Only one thing. 24/7. Remember, you are Paramashiva. Everyone with whom you are interacting is Paramashiva. And from this same space, your new cognitions should start manifesting. Your thought currents should start manifesting. Your ideas, emotions should start manifesting. Your words should start manifesting. It is very easy if you decide. These 4 months, this Chaturmasya, conscious sovereignty Chaturmasya, you will do all the interactions from this space. I tell you, I guarantee, take this as my guarantee, you will earn 10 times more wealth. You will have best relationships. Your health will become 100 times better. Your inner space will manifest at least 100 powers. Mark all these words as my commitment to you all who are receiving this initiation. Listen. This Chaturmasya till Navaratri, decide. Your whole interaction will be only from this angle, this space. And make sure all your communication is only through writing and showing, writing and showing, writing and showing. Because when you are not blabbering, all your verbalization is blabbering. When you are not talking blah 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 blah, you can retain the conscious sovereignty cognition. If you make your communication only through writing, you can always make sure, yes, I am from that space. I am here as Paramashiva, and here is this Paramashiva. So I am here to be ultimately integrated. No cheating, exploiting, no cunningness, strategic relationship, integrity to integrity, Paramashiva to Paramashiva, oneness to oneness. If there is a conflict, I will explain this, my conflict and insecurity and fears to this Paramashiva, knowing that this Paramashiva will not exploit me, will only support me in manifesting my Paramashivatva more and more. Listen, I am telling you, most of your deluded insecurities will melt down. All your delusional insecurities will melt down. You will know only the real problems and you will be able to solve it. I tell you, I know the powerfulness of this samadhi. I have seen my gurus doing and I have done it. Now, I wanted to prove to all the devotees all over the world. There are many people, newcomers, you would have come today and listened to this satsang. You may be thinking, oh, this is absolutely impractical. 4 months he is asking us to be literally in silence. He doesn't know I am a doctor, I am a lawyer, I am an engineer, I am a scientist, I am a CEO, and he is asking me to be in silence. He is impractical. You may think, for all of you, I will prove the power of this samyama by making my Kailasa government. The whole Kailasa government will function, this whole Chaturmasya, with this Swarajya Shakti Samadhi. Means the whole Kailasa government, Biddi, Tiruvannamalai, from there I am telling, all over the world, all countries, the Kailasa government functions should be done with this powerful Swarajya Shakti Samyama. Samadhi. Swarajya Shakti Samadhi. Listen. Immediately I know few people will raise, no. They somehow want to break this samyama. They will raise, oh, what to do if we need to attend to some legal things with the outer world, if we need to attend to something. All right, maybe those 1 or 2 things, rarely you can speak as an exemption. Otherwise, this whole 4 months, all internal interactions, let it be writing and showing, writing and showing. For example, if the ashram from Tiruvannamalai ashram and Biddi ashram need to communicate, come on Zoom call, both side, write and show, over. You don't know the power of not speaking and writing, because by the time you write, you won't lose your cognition. But when you speak, you are so addicted to speaking, it has become such a natural habit of you. I will not say natural, unnaturally natural habit of you. You don't know what you speak. You don't know what you do. Actually, Skandamata does not speak. She is not speaking because she doesn't want to lose the conscious sovereignty. She knows. She wants to speak from conscious sovereignty. That is why she is waiting. She wants to be in my space, so when I initiate her, without losing the conscious sovereignty samyama, she wants to manifest. Listen. The Kailasa government, all the Kailasa-vasis, if you guys take it sincerely and do what I am saying, you will prove to the world the power of this samyama. The power of this samyama. Listen. When I am explaining, if you decide it is difficult, you are not going to do. If you decide it is easy, you may take it for granted. Whether it is difficult or not, you have to do, that's all. Guruvak is neither difficult nor easy. It's a choice. Relationship with Guru is neither difficult nor easy. It is a decision, that's all. It's a simple decision, that's all. Listen. So even for the devotees, I am saying, see, in your office, you may not have convinced everyone about your spiritual path. With those people, you can speak no other way. But try to retain this conscious sovereignty, cognition, and continue to speak. Keep that as an exemption. Other than those few people with whom you have not convinced your spiritual path and your connection with Kailasa and all that, with those people, no other way you have to run your life. Other than those few, with everyone who knows you are my disciple and you do everything I say, with all of them, practice this samyama. You can explain to them by writing. You can keep in one paper why you are doing what you are doing. They will be happy that you are seeing them as Paramashiva and you are very honest with them, very integrated to them. No cheating, no strategy, no cunningness. They will be very happy to have a person like you in their life, in every part. I tell you, I really tell you. Exemptions, okay. Like there may be some of you, speaking is your profession, like a teacher or a singer. So those few things exempt, okay. Even in Kailasa government, there will be few people who will do this morning satsang hosting. So those few exemptions, okay. Even during that time, try to continuously hold the cognition you are Paramashiva, and with whoever you are relating, they are all Paramashiva. And I tell you, try to shift most of your communication to chatting, typing, writing, than speaking. Reduce the speaking drastically. Make it into typing, writing, that kind of things. Why? You don't know the power of this. With writing, typing, still it has not become unnaturally natural habit. See, breathing is organically natural habit. Good. But talking, even wearing clothes, all these are toxic natural habit. Unnaturally natural habit. It has become your nature, but it is not natural. Or I can put it in the other way. It has become almost like a natural for you, but which is not your nature. Like how wearing dress is not your nature, but it has become natural now. Breathing is very organically natural habit. But talking is not organically natural habit. It is forced natural habit. Forced and became a natural habit. WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger, in everything. Typing is okay. Chatting is okay. Drop talking, because while you type, while you chat, I know that delete, how many times you delete and retype, reword before send button. Listen. Sometimes even after sending, you wanted to verify if that person has not seen the message, if the double tick is not there, you delete it. You unsend the message. Listen. Just these 4 months, hold this cognition. You will manifest so much powers. You will see the secret of the cosmos, I tell you. Listen, Paramashiva, you decided to enjoy you, so you became many. And enjoying you, anything else, pain, suffering, fear, insecurity, due to the existence of the other, is delusion. You will wake up to this reality. You will manifest that kind of powers, personality, joy, wealth, everything in your life. I am not giving you some technique to get 1 ton gold. I am giving you the methodology to get a planet made out of gold. I am giving you the methodology to get a planet, full planet, hill, everything is gold. That is what is Swarajya Siddhi. Understand? I am not giving you one small power, one small health. I am giving you your own consciousness. As I told you, you are not human being for me. You are a conscious being. You will know your purpose. You will know your life. You will feel so fulfilled, peace, joy, fulfillment. It's like you will be so grounded. You will feel so big about you. You will feel so satisfied about you. $1,000 good things will happen if you just do this till Navaratri, till Vijayadashmi. That's all. I am not asking you to be in silence forever. Even in this Chaturmasya, I am not saying that you should never talk. As I gave you the exemption, whoever you are not convinced that you are my disciple and you are doing some spiritual practice, maybe your boss in the office, some of them may not have been convinced about your spiritual aspiration and practices. With them, you have to speak your survival. Those things, make it as exemption. Other than those exemption, make this as your lifestyle. I tell you. The most important truth is holding the conscious truth. You are Paramashiva, and everyone in your life is Paramashiva. Hey, listen. See, I am not talking something illogical, irrational, or impractical. Don't think I am talking something impractical. Listen. By the grace of Paramashiva, by the age of 16, literally I have mastered every thought current and experiences of enlightenment sciences. Different branches of enlightenment sciences. Shaiva, Vaishnava, Shakta, Vaidika, Vedanta, Siddhanta. That is the way Paramashiva has supported. Of course, he himself manifested and he has made the whole ambience available for me in every way. He supported and made everything happen. And after that, last 27 years of my public life, from the time the Yoga Pattabhishekam is done, last 27 years, with millions of people I have worked, directly, personally, initiated, guided, made them experience powers, manifest all the best things in the life. I have done everything. Listen, I am telling you all this just to make you understand. I am most practical person. I will not tell you something impractical. And I will not tell you something useless. I am highly user-friendly and highly efficient. Efficiency-oriented, focused. If I ask you to do some spiritual practice for 10 minutes, I will make sure you get the result of at least 10 years of your tapas and the time you are spending on that spiritual practice. I am a very productive person, efficient person. You can see in 43 years what I have achieved. From that you can understand. I am very productive, life positive, focused, successful person. Very practical person. If I am giving you this samyama, this samadhi, I know the power it can bring in your life. So drop all the ideas. It is difficult, not possible for me. No. Everyone will be able to do this. As I told, if talking is your profession, like teacher, lawyer has to talk in the court. So that kind of unavoidable, have exemption. So even during those moments, always try to hold the cognition. You are Paramashiva and everyone around you is Paramashiva. And this whole interaction is between Paramashiva and Paramashiva. Hold the cognition and continue to talk, but you will forget, I know, because talking has become such unnaturally natural habit. You will forget that cognition. But what to do? But all the other times, stop talking and be from this cognition and always do the communication by penning down. Then even few minutes if you miss, you can get back to this cognition and start penning down. Kailasa government should take up this samyama. Everyone in Kailasa. And even the people who have come for the quarantine, staying in all our campuses, you can also try. Of course, it is not a compulsion for you. You can try. Because now, these 4 months, what are you going to do? You can try. Listen. When you start trying, you will see how many things open up in you and how you beautifully organize yourself. All the 25 faces of Paramashiva manifesting in you, all the 25 states of consciousness manifesting in you, how your whole being gets manifest, the Paramashivatva manifests in you. I tell you, when that experience comes from the peace space of Paramashiva, that samadhi starts manifesting, then you will understand, oh God, wow. My job is to give you Shaktipada and conscious support as a living Purnavatara of Paramashiva. I bless you all and I commit with you all. I will surround you all as a conscious layer inside and out. Inside and outside, both. Like a conscious blanket. Conscious energy field. Support all of you in every possible way to manifest this great truth. See, when you start living this truth, you will see whatever you want in your life starts manifesting, like a wealth, health, relationships, everything. Then you will understand the auspiciousness of this samadhi, this samyama, and you will be so inspired to follow. You will start You will simply start doing it. I have seen Isaki Swami constantly manifesting this samadhi. Whenever he sits in samadhi, he will do that only. He will never speak. He will have a slate, and anybody comes for blessings, support, anything, he will just write and show. And clean. Write and show. And clean. Write and show. That's all. Kailasa government, all over the world, start practicing this and give confidence to people that it is possible to do this and be successful in all our activities. See, the Kailasa government, surely you can convince your vendors, people who supply food for you, you can convince them. We are doing a special process, Mauna Vratam, Samyama for this 4 months. We will only write and show. Maybe you will not be able to convince if there is some legal requirements, like you need to talk to some lawyer or some legal, if needed, with the outer world. You may not be able to convince them. So with them, you can communicate through words. Even with them, hold this cognition and communicate. Communicate slowly from this cognition, conscious sovereignty. Let the words manifest one by one, slowly, with extreme awareness. All the people who are sincere, want to manifest conscious sovereignty, powers of Paramashiva, should take up this samyama. Actually, Papa Skandamata is doing this samyama already. That is why she is not talking. It's not that she doesn't know the language. You can write and show her. She knows the language. I can prove it to her. She knows the language. I can prove it to the whole world. You can write and show. She will respond. She knows the language. She is doing this samyama. That's why she's not talking. She is doing this samadhi. She wants to talk from conscious sovereignty in my space. I tell you, it's a very powerful samadhi, samyama. Try this. See, even the people, still now you have not convinced that you are my devotee, you are spiritual seeker and you are practicing, you are initiated disciple, you can take next 1 or 2 days and convince them. It is possible. Kailasa, everyone listen, everyone in the Kailasa, all the Adinavasis, Gurukul Balasans, people who are in quarantine, in Biddi, in Hyderabad, all the sannyasis, all of you listen. Don't try to ask for exemption. Don't put your energy on breaking this samyama. Put your energy on making this samyama and making the whole world understand the power of this samyama. If you demonstrate it, the power, the whole world will start realizing the power of Paramashiva's words. That is the best enriching you will do. Your whole consciousness, body, mind, brain, emotions, everything will be detoxed. Paramashiva will start manifesting. Just this one samyama, this one samadhi.
என்னப்ப நல்லவா என்னப்ப நல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்ப நல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவி என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெறும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீரவா சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெறும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீரவா என்னப்பன் 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 அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெறும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீரவா சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெறும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீரவா என்னப்பன் 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 அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெறும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீரவா சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெறும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நீரவா என்னப்பன் 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 அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா
என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த
as a living Purnavatara of Paramashiva, living complete manifestation of Paramashiva. I bless you all. Let this conscious sovereignty samyama, let this Swarajya Siddhi samyama, Swarajya Shakti samyama manifest in all of our lives, and all the auspiciousness blossom. The past, present, future, all the three completely be occupied by Paramashiva. Let Paramashiva manifest in our past, present, future. Make all of us realize not only our present and future is Paramashiva, even our past is Paramashiva. There is no vase for past in the space of Paramashiva. All three, past, present, future, all is eternal. When you understand past is Paramashiva, you will understand present is Paramashiva, future is Paramashiva. All the delusions will disappear. Kala Tita, Maya Tita, Dvandva Tita, Paramashivatva manifest in all of us.
मीनाक्षि शक्ति सहित सुंदरे सरे अन्नामलै उदित नित्यनंदने चित्त अचित्तெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே பதிலின்
Om. Listen carefully. The idea, perception, experience you carry about your past, when that starts changing, your future will start changing. This samyama, Swarajya Shakti Samadhi Samyama, will make your idea about your past change. Your life will be detoxed so much. Your perceptions about past will disappear. You will feel so much of joy, ecstasy, fulfillment. I tell you, when you guys suffer, I feel so much sympathy seeing you all, because 99% of your suffering is just delusion centric. The remaining 1% is not suffering. It's a sport challenge, joy of life. Ecstasy of life. So, when your perception about the past changes, past just drops from you. It will never be a heavy load on you. It will no more be a toxic around you, making your present and future toxic. So understand? I bless you all. The whole load of your past be detoxed. All the load of the past be cleared. Let you all be detoxed. Let you all radiate Paramashivatva. Let Paramashiva Paramborul, ultimate, manifest in all of you. Om, 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 Om. Shiva, 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 Shiva.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham. கையில் வாழும் எங்கள் கைலைநாதனே, கருணையின் வடிவே நீ வருக வருகவே. நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே, இளமதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே. அன்பின் வடிவமே ஆனந்த ஈஸ்வரனே, அண்டம் முழுதும் சிவ ஆட்சி மலர வருகவே. அடிமுடி காணாத அண்ணாமலை நாதனே, சடைமுடி ஆண்டவனே அடியெடுத்து வருகவே. கையிலையில் வாழும் எங்கள் கைலைநாதனே, கருணையின் வடிவே நீ வருக வருகவே. நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே, இளமதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே. Sadaशिवोहम, 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 Sadaशिवोहम. கையிலையில் வாழும் எங்கள் கைலைநாதனே, கருணையின் வடிவே நீ வருக வருகவே. நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே, இளமதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே. அன்பின் வடிவமே ஆனந்த ஈஸ்வரனே, அண்டம் முழுதும் சிவ ஆட்சி மலர வருகவே. அடிமுடி காணாத அண்ணாமலை நாதனே, சடைமுடி ஆண்டவனே அடியெடுத்து வருகவே. கையிலையில் வாழும் எங்கள் கைலைநாதனே, கருணையின் வடிவே நீ வருக வருகவே. நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே, இளமதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே.
இனிமேல் அவர் வாழ்க்கையை வாழ்ந்திட நல்லவர் நாடும் நாமம் போற்றி. அண்ணாமலை பிறந்த அமுதே போற்றி, ஆலை அமர்ந்த அரசே போற்றி. ஆடக மதுரை அரணே போற்றி, ஆரமுது ஆன ஆனந்த போற்றி. மலையும் மலை காக்கும் மலையே போற்றி, முழுமதியாய் வந்த முதல்வா போற்றி. அருணையில் உதித்த நித்தியனை போற்றி, மாமுதிரை மீட்ட சுந்தரா போற்றி. அருணையில் உதித்த நித்தியனை போற்றி, மாமுதிரை மீட்ட சுந்தரா போற்றி. நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா அனந்தா நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா அனந்தா நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா அனந்தா நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா 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 நித்யானந்தா. எந்தாய் போற்றி, அருவமை உருவமை ஆனாய் போற்றி. முழுவதும் இருந்த முதல்வாய் போற்றி, முத்தமிழ் மொழி கண்ட முகிழே போற்றி. அஞ்சல் என்கிங்கு அருள்வாய் போற்றி, அத்தான் போற்றி ஐயா போற்றி. நாதமனாவிலே நின்றாய் போற்றி, கீதமராவிலே ஆனாய் போற்றி. நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா நினைத்தால் நெஞ்சில் நிறைவாய். நித்யானந்தா நினைத்தால் நெஞ்சில் நிறைவாய், நஞ்சிய முதல் நயந்தாய் போற்றி. கனவிலும் அன்பற்கு ஆனாய் போற்றி, கலியுகம் காத்த காலமே போற்றி. உணர்வில் ஒன்றான உயிரே போற்றி, உயிர் தாண்டி வந்த துணையே போற்றி. அருமையில் எளிய அழகே போற்றி, கோடியில் என கொண்ட நித்தியனை போற்றி.
नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे अमृतेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः। मृत्युञ्जयाय रुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे अमृतेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः। देवी भाग्यमुरा मनति यत्कटि मोदमुरा, देवी सौख्यमुरा मनति यत्कटि मोक्षमुरा, देवी भाग्यमुरा मनति यत्कटि मोदमुरा, देवी सौख्यमुरा मनति यत्कटि मोक्षमुरा। परमाशिवुडेरा स्वामी मनवाडेरा, कैलास निंचि వచ్చిన మనతోడేరా, నిత్యానంద పరమ శివమేనా, నిత్యానంద పరమ శివమేనా, మనవాడే మనతోడి మన స్వామి వచ్చాడురా, మనవాడే మనతోడి మన స్వామి పాద కమల శరణం। దేవి భాగ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోదమురా, దేవి సౌఖ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా, దేవి భాగ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోదమురా, దేవి సౌఖ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా। కష్టమైన మనకి స్వామి నీ తలవరా, ఏమీ లేకుండా నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా. ఎంతటి కష్టమైన మనకి స్వామి నీ తలవరా, ఏమీ లేకుండా నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా. దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా, దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా. దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా, దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా. మనవాడేరా మన తోడేరా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా, మనవాడేరా మన తోడేరా స్వామి పాద కమల శరణం. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. తలుపుతోటి స్వామి శక్తికిచ్చాడురా, భూమిలోని అంతరికి శక్తికిచ్చాడురా. ఒక్క తలుపుతోటి స్వామి శక్తికిచ్చాడురా, భూమిలోని అంతరికి శక్తికిచ్చాడురా. మనకి శక్తినిచ్చి మనతో అందరికీ ఇచ్చాడురా. స్వామి దీక్షతో పుట్టివాడు చూసేనురా, మనకి శక్తినిచ్చి మనతో అందరికీ ఇచ్చాడురా. మన స్వామి దీక్షతో పుట్టివాడు చూసేనురా. ప్రపంచమంతా సంతోషమే, పరాశక్తి ఆవిష్కరణమే. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. కైలాస దేశ స్వామి భూమిపైన కైలాసరా, ఇక్కడ భూమిలో జనులు చైతన్యుడురా. కైలాస దేశ స్వామి భూమిపైన కైలాసరా, ఇక్కడ భూమిలో జనులు చైతన్యుడురా. వెలుకోండి వెలుకోండి దివ్య శరీరలు కండి, మన స్వామి కృపతో మా మనము పరమశివాండి. మనవాడేరా మన తోడేరా మన స్వామి పాద కమల శరణం. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా.
மண்ணே மாமலகே மணியே மாணிக்கமே மரகதமே வைரமே, பொன்னே புகழ் சேர் பொன்மலகே சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா. அஞ்ஞான கடல் நீங்கி கணக்கு ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் குருநாதா நித்யானந்தா. ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் நித்யானந்தா.
கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை புடி பூசி புடுக்கை தனை ஏந்தும் காலனே புலிதோலனே வீடு பிடியால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே ஞாயிறு திங்கள் நித்த முறைகின்ற செவ்விழி கொண்ட செல்வனே சொற்களே எந்த சோமனே ஐயா சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே பழிமொழி காணா அண்ணாமலையே அகிலமும் போற்றிடும் ஐயனே நாதாவரணனே நால்வர் போற்றிட நயமுடனாடிடும் நாதனே ஆழகாலம் உண்டு ஆழம் காடுதனில் ஆனந்த நடமிடும் ஆதி செய்வனே மங்கையிடம் கொண்டு கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை முடி பூசி உடுகை தனையேந்தும் காலனே புலிதோலனே நீரின் விழிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே தானாடிட மங்கையவளிடம் கொண்டு நீயாடி பாடியாற்று இருவினைகள் தீர்த்தருளவே நித்யனே இடபத்தின் மேலேறிவா என்றென்றும் ஈசனை தானாடிட புவிதனில் சுந்தரனை நீயாடிவா தினமும் நீ விசும்பு தந்தருளவே நேசனே மலனே நீயாடிவா இவையோர்கள் இன்னலை கலந்திடும் தேவா தேவாதி தேவா சதா சிவா பாபா குருவாக வந்து திருவருள் புரிவாய் நித்யானந்தனே முக்தி தரவாவா இடதில் உரைகின்ற பிரமனே நீயாடிவா வணங்கிடவே காஞ்சியில் வண்ணாய் உரைபவனே அப்பாய் காட்சி தரும் எங்கள் ஆணை காவலசே ஆதிகந்தமிழாத ஜோதியாய் அருணகிரி உரைநாதனே உலகிய கிடும் வாயு வடிவே காலகத்தி ஈசனே பொழுதிடத்தில்லை நகர்தனி வானில் ஆடும் கூத்தனே பஞ்சபூதமும் நித்தம் பணியும் பரமனே பரமேசனே நித்ய ரசித நித்ய வைபவ குப்த கைலை வாசனே ஈசனே சர்வேசனே பரமேசனே ஜெகதீசனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே என் ஜீவனே குரு சேவனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே என் ஜீவனே குரு சேவனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே என் ஜீவனே அருணையில் உதித்த அருணாச்சலனே அகிலோ தாண்டி ஆளும் அரசே நீ விழிவேது எங்களை காத்திலவே என் இரு கண்கள் போதாது உன்னை பாதிலவே அருணையில் உதித்த அருணாச்சலனே அகிலம் தாண்டி ஆளும் அரசே நீ இன்றி விழிவேது எங்களை காத்திலவே என் இரு கண்கள் போதாது உன்னை பாதிலவே நாயகனே வேத்தை வித்தகனே பரமருளே ஞானத்து திருவருளே கோடி வேண்டும் காலகாலனை காண தேரில் பவனி வர அவனியே ஆடிடுதே என் கண்ணிமையும் கண்ணசையும் கருணை இருப்பிடமே நீ செவ்விடம் புன்னகையும் ஆனந்தத்தின் நிலையாகவே
உயிர் தந்து உயிருக்கு பொருள் தந்து விளக்கு நீ தந்து சிவனடி சேர்ந்திட சிந்தை சித்த
ஓம் 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 ஓம். Om, Om, Om. I bless you all. Let Paramashiva manifest with all the bliss, complete manifestation as a living Purnavatar of Paramashiva. I bless you all. Let Paramashiva manifest as Purnavatara in all of you. Om, 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 Shiva, 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 Shiva. Samrajya Shakti, Samadhi Praptirastu, Anandamayi Bhava, Sarvamangala Praptirastu. Om, 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 Om. I bless you all. Let all the auspiciousness happen. Sarva Mangala Praptirastu. Sarva Mangala Praptirastu. Sarva Mangala Praptirastu. Swarajya Siddhi, Swarajya Shakti, Samadhi Praptirastu. Sayujya Mukti Praptirastu. Paramashiva Sayujya Mukti Praptirastu. Today I also have some releases. Till now we have few hundred proclamations from all over the world. Today I am releasing first 200 to all of you and to the world. The first proclamation is from Mayor of City of San Jose, the Honorable Sam Liccardo. I thank you for this proclamation. Next is from John Billingsley, President, Hollywood Food Coalition, USA. Ashok Desai ji from California, USA. Reach Maluwal, spokesperson, South Sudan Bar Association, South Sudan. Commander Amela B.T. Gibson, Immigration Support Unit, the Republic of Liberia. Mr. Rabi Fakri, Attorney at Law, Lebanon. Joshua Kitakule, Secretary General, Interreligious Council of Uganda, Kampala, Uganda. Kayanja Vincent D. Paul, Chairman of Lake Victoria Regional Location, East Africa, Uganda, Governor Henaro Polai, Melakak State, Republic of Palau. I thank all of you, and there are hundreds more. Today I am releasing the first set of few hundreds. Blessings to all of you. And Ma Paramartha Bangaru Kutru Niku Pelirosu Subakangshalu. Ma Paramarthananda, Ma Nitya Paramarthananda Bangaru Kutru Niku Pelirosu Subakangshalu. Blessings. And blessings to every one of you. To manifest successfully this Samyama, Swarajya Shakti Samyama. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living, collective integrity, and Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Tattvamasyaadilakshmyam ekam nityam vimalamachalam sarvadi sakshibhutam bhavatitam trigunarahitam Sadgurum tam namah. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from.
When they happen in you due to your chemicals, that's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing life. Playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained power manifestation is a cognitive shift, becoming alive beyond all this pralaya, beyond all this whatever delusion we are going through, living and manifesting as our own reality is power manifestation. And it's a science because millions have experienced a superconscious breakthrough, and each one of us can manifest all this great science. And the evidences to support the science of power manifestation for the power of Akashic reading, the Shastra Pramana, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Veda, pure science, and Agama, the applied science. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of Apta, millions of rishis, munis, ganas, nainamas, alvars, siddhas, yoginis, yogis, all of them are authority of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis who are the scientists who have manifested all the powers of Paramashiva, which is time-tested, scientific and foolproof. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leelas to showcase the power of Akashic reading is clearly given here. The Shakshi Pramana, experience of millions of disciple devotees followers initiated by Bhagavan. And you can see all these balasans doing the Akashic reading, just like Bhagavan, for each one of us to experience the power manifestation to the highest reality. Bhagavan beautifully says, I myself will be in the Kailash Kotyad, more present than any one of us, manifesting all the powers through you, experiencing the conscious sovereignty. You are Paramashiva. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Not just the thoughtless space, also each of these powers are authentically documented, so each one of us can experience the space of power manifestation, more authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana for the power of Akashic reading. The Shastra Pramana is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 84, Dharana 61.
Viewing or Akashic reading is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 84, Dharana 61. Akasham vimalam pashyan kritva drishtim nirantaram stabdhatma takshanad devi bhairavam vapurapnuyat. Akasham vimalam pashyan kritva drishtim nirantaram stabdhatma takshanad devi bhairavam vapurapnuyat.
Vijnana is consciousness. Bhairava, one who experienced the consciousness beyond the mind. Tantra is the method who can experience by following this method the power manifestation. Beautifully, Bhagavan has given us looking at the spotless infinite etheric space, Akasha. Beyond the skies and clouds, one should fix one's gaze from the third eye without blinking continuously and make the body and the inner space steady and motionless. In the very moment, O Devi, one attains the nature and the power of infinite space, Bhairava. Bhagavan beautifully says how we can penetrate the blue sky and experience the whole cosmos as Sarvanyatva, as Akashic reading. Bhagavan, when he was a small child, his yoga guru made him experience that, and simply all the revelation started downloading in him. If you see the whole globe, the cosmos is completely dark just because of the molecules which is reflecting all the light. We are able to see the sunlight and experience it as our reality, as our perception. But beyond that, the Siddhas were able to see all the astrology, astronomy, and all the greater science, however farther the planet was, even travel to different lokas. All this was greatest possibility of those Siddhas who lived conscious sovereignty as their reality, that they lived as Paramashiva and manifested and experienced everyone as Paramashiva. Like Bhagavan beautifully says, when you live as conscious sovereignty, as your very identity, you will simply manifest all the greatest science and how we are limited in the dream, like only 100 things are possible. When we wake up to the reality, 1,000 things are possible. So many impossible things in our dream that we cannot control. But when we wake up, we know we are much more better positioned, that we can control many things and make many things possible. Same way, when we wake up as Paramashiva, all that exists and much more that we can imagine, that we can think, comprehend, because we are living in a cocoon called mind. And all that we are doing is struggling because we are not able to expand. Now Bhagavan gives us, all of us, the initiation to experience the Paramashiva in us as our reality, expanding into the 1,000 times possible what we are experiencing right now. He says, different stage you can experience the higher and higher reality. Now, whatever be the delusion, whatever we are going through, it is not us. Whatever we are going through in the outer world, how the emotion becomes thoughts becomes all this reality, perception, comparative reality. When we are not clutched for whatever is happening in our life, we will start seeing it only as a happening, not get engaged into the incompletions of that and create more incompletion, more fear, and more impossibilities. Waking up to the reality that I am Paramashiva gives us the higher reality, higher science, how we can manifest beyond all this what is happening. When Krishna made the chariot, the Varuna's chariot, that beautifully Arjuna was there in the war with the Varuna's chariot, and Krishna parks in between Bhishma and Drona, and then suddenly Arjuna realizes, even though he has won every single war, he says, go and park, I will start fighting. But the minute he parked, Arjuna says, oh my God, that's my favorite grandfather, that's my favorite teacher, I was ready to do anything for, and I cannot kill them. Let them kill me, it's okay. I will be getting all the negative sin if I kill my own grandfather. He started speaking all kinds of things. When Krishna just tells him, you experience the conscious sovereignty, you will understand the Vishwarupa Darshana, and you will understand the whole reality, that it is already happening. It is already a manifestation of Paramashiva, whatever happens. Bhagavan says, if you do not make decision for 3 months, like how you do not talk for 3 months, you will realize the Paramashiva is manifesting everything in you. You do not have to even speak a word. You will realize the conscious sovereignty. Samyama Bhagavan beautifully describes as Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. He gives an example of how a windmill runs. When you embark a water and make a pipe, the water go through the pipe, and the pipe holds the water, and that runs the wheel, which is called the turbine, which generates the electricity. Same way, when you bring to one pointed that I am Paramashiva and everything that exists is Paramashiva, and on that, all that, whatever each one's contribution to this purpose, what we have come is happening. But the manifestation is done by Paramashiva, who's making all this happening. When we understand and bring to that one pointedness and stay in that beautiful dhyana that I am Paramashiva, get grounded in that space. I am Paramashiva, who's talking, who's walking, who's eating, who's thinking, who's giving commands, everything from the space of Paramashiva. Simply the turbine of enlightenment starts in each of us. That is why Bhagavan says, when we speak, we are so unconscious. And when we start typing, we will understand that we have to hold Paramashiva as the reality for everybody. And on top of that, everybody is doing their action what they need to. When Arjuna understood this, simply he bowed down and let Krishna manifest in him as the reality, as Naranarayana. Beautifully, Bhagavan gives a reference of Apta Pramana, how Krishna like just like Bhagavan, who goes, he wants to do Padayatra and heal the whole India and not get into any corona, not any fight or any drought or any natural calamity. But nobody agreed to him and he was sent out. Same way Krishna was sent out when he went for peace to Kaurava, asking them, do not fight, it will cause huge damage. But nobody listened to him. So Parasurama comes and says how there was the demon. The demon was Sahasra Kavacha, and this demon, he lived like 1,000 years and so powerful, and Naranarayana had to kill him so that he can liberate the whole space of all the people. And after that, the Naranarayana has come back again as Arjuna and Krishna, and Karna, who has come back in the battlefield, will be killed the same way. He has the same kavacha from the Surya. All these great signs, when Parasurama downloaded from Akashic reading, told them, do not do this because Bhagavan has come down, and do not get into the war. But they did not listen and then completely destroyed themselves into continuously 19 days. They saw only death of so much of calamity. Here Bhagavan is saying us the same thing. Live as conscious sovereignty, to go beyond. He is literally begging each one of us to experience Paramashiva, live as Paramashiva, so that we are not touched by whatever pralaya which is happening, and we can live in conscious sovereignty as our reality, manifesting whatever we want as our reality. Bhagavan beautifully speaks about Atma Pramana about death, and clearly explains what is death. Akashic reading on death. Let's listen.
Digestion process, gift given to every individual soul tormented by the ignorance that they are separated from the whole, constantly reminding them anything which separates them, including the concepts, is impermanent. Anything which makes them feel as departed part of the whole is impermanent. To make every individual soul understand that the concept of your individuality is imagination and impermanent, death is given as a natural boon to the whole universe. Here, Mahadeva reads out the signs of death for the seekers and for the people who want to cross the death. Death is of 7 types experienced by human beings. First, the man who feels he is nothing more than a body. He experiences oblivion as death. He feels end of his identity is death. End of his individual existence is death, which is obviously false. Illusion, delusion, which brings tremendous suffering, and the suffering constantly tortures him and does not let him live even while he is having the body. Next, the person who is completely centered on desires. He has a greed and cannot understand the possibility for a breakthrough. So he continuously extends his greed. even after he leaves the body. All the concepts exist in all half-baked philosophies and religious concepts. The concepts of heaven, an extended life where the desires are fulfilled, where the continuum of the desires exists, is extended delusion of desire-based individual identity setup. This is neither completely false nor permanent existence. Based on the ability to project their desires into the existential space, they create their own heaven. As long as they are disillusioned, they continue to project their heaven and live. When they are disillusioned by their own projection, then they get back to their original source and decide the next course of their action based on the imaginations and delusions they retain after the disillusionment. Every disillusionment boils down the extended imaginations to the root delusion. If the root delusions themselves are boiled, burnt away, the imagination completely goes away. You are liberated from the imagination. If the root delusions are not burnt or boiled, you project your root delusions into different levels of imagination. Usually, the desire imagination expansion, when it is disillusioned, boils down to the root imagination. It projects again itself in the next root of guilt. The expansion, the imaginary projection of the guilt is only considered as the lower levels of hell. Again, neither the hell is completely truth, nor the heaven is a completely truth. And same way, neither of them is complete false, nor of them is complete reality. Please understand this great truth Mahadeva repeats for every one of you to grasp insight. The reality you are facing now, what you call as Bhuloga, the very less intense projection of your delusion is Bhuloga, and little higher projection of your extended greed is Swargaloga, the heaven, and guilt is little higher projection of your deluded, disturbed mental setup, patterns of root greed in different direction. The guilt is lower level hells, where you repent for your sins. Sin is nothing but retaining the root patterns of desire even after you are disillusioned by the projections of those same roots. When the fruits and the crops disillusion you, still you hang on, expecting the different root or crops to come out of the same seed, is guilt. Guilt projects into the next level of hell, which is again neither truth nor false. It is again your ability and the intensity to project decides the quality and quantity of the time you need to spend in the hell. Once you are disillusioned, even your sufferings are not real. You enter into the root pattern which goes to the deeper root than the ordinary experience of hell. The deeper root is pain. The ultimate hells you experience. In this space, again, your death decides the quality and the quantity of the sufferings you are continuously going to experience. Understand? Every levels of death teaches you the great lessons if you are ready to hear. Every life, every year, practically every day, every one of you go through all the 7 deaths. The 4th death, death from the pain. Even the pain is also a projected delusion from the root pattern. It does not exist and it cannot coexist with the existence of the cosmic soul, as the cosmic soul's presence is felt every day by your individual soul in the deep sleep and the restful awareness, the pain pattern also faces the death. When the pain patterns faces the death, the experience the individual soul goes through is depression. Depression is not even the existence of pain. When you don't even project your pain, when you are not even capable of projecting your pain on the reality, the comparative reality, the constant torture you do to yourself with the seed is depression. Seed which cannot grow but continues to exist as a living seed is depression. The death from the depression is the sixth death called dark night of the soul. Every soul goes through this dark night during the sleep in the form of an unrememberable nightmare every day. Morning, when you come out of the nightmare and can't remember the scenes but only can experience the feeling of the nightmare, it is dark night of the soul. Dark night of the soul is the near-death experience for so many individuals. All the individuals who record the near-death experience as being pulled into the cave and pushed out with a tremendous pain is near-death experience, which is nothing but the dark night of the soul in the long term. When the dark night of the soul happens every night, it is called nightmare. When the nightmare happens once in a life, it is called near-death experience. Understand the great truths of the death. Even by listening to these great truths again and again and again, you are liberated from these great truths.
Beautifully, Bhagavan says, even just listening to all these great truths, all the Akashic reading, again and again when you listen, just like mantra, it liberates you from all that delusion and brings you to the conscious serenity. Now we have a devotee for Shakshi Pramana who's explaining her experience of Akashic reading, seeing the past through Akashic reading.
Millions of disciple devotees all over the world manifest.
We had the opportunity the blessing actually, to ask one question directly to Swamiji, one-on-one. And the question that I wanted to ask, and it was the first time that I had ever asked anything about past life, so I wanted to know what I was in my past life. So I went up to him, and he put his thumb on my third eye like this, and all of a sudden his eyes became so big, like he could see everything. And for a few seconds he was in that state, just connecting and seeing everything. And so the answer that he gave me was that in a past life you were a yogi, and in this life you will be a natural yogi. And when I received this answer, I didn't have like a logical any logical thoughts about it. It really expressed as this deep relief within my being, and just like a huge weight had been lifted off. Beautifully, she explained how the Akashic reading that Bhagavan gave her as a blessing to know her past life. All of us can experience now the past, whatever has happened. We are going to see the past of the person and write down all the detail. If you have Bhagavan's picture, that's fine. You can see that, and whatever appears on that, you can write it down. Or you can have the screen itself, and whatever appears, or whatever appears in your third eye, just clicks with you, and keep writing down all the details. And at the end of it, you can share it with the partner. You can call up the partner and tell them, I'm going to see your past with whatever the major situation, the past happenings, and I'm going to write it down. And you can verify with it after the cycle is over. All these great truth not only shows the past of the person, seeing the past removes the weight of the past. That is the most important. They do past life regression to get the past out. Because of the past incompletions, we are continuously suffering and we carry it over birth after birth. And we have the baggage which is so heavy, we suffer from that. That is the delusion. It is nothing to do with us. We are Paramashiva, but understanding that Paramashiva we can do without carrying this baggage. And when we drop the baggage only, we can recognize the Paramashiva space in us. All of us are Paramashiva, where we are projecting our own perception. It's like we are a big screen and we are projecting our life and death and life and death, and we are projecting even others' life and others' death. So it's like a huge 360-degree screen, Bhagavan says. If you start seeing yourself as a screen from back, how the 360 degrees movie theater is. And for 3 days, if you feel that, after that, you will simply be enlightened because you understand you are Paramashiva, not what is happening as your reality, which is only a perception. How Bhagavan explained, it is only the perception, and you're pulled out from the delusion by the near-death experience, which he calls the dark night of the soul. And every night we go through, and every day we go through. And if we manifest powers, we poke hole into the self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred, all that clutches. When we poke hole, simply we can see the Paramashiva space without all this incompletion that we need to go through. But intensely holding that space and recognizing that space that we are Paramashiva, we don't have to go through any of the pain, any of the delusion. And we will also understand whoever goes through also doesn't have any pain, because they are also projecting their own version of their own delusion, which does not carry the right cognition. And understanding this more and more, that you are Paramashiva and all of us are Paramashiva, who is sitting here, who is experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva. Now you can have a paper and pencil with you to write down whatever he shows. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Remember Paramashiva again and again, Bhagavan's darshan, diksha, initiation into the samyama, all that bring everything to your third eye. All the lower three chakras, which is reacting, which is showing you the delusion, which is showing you the pain, the suffering, the impossibilities, all that unclutch from that. Whatever happens, tell very clearly, yes, you are like a movie happening on my screen, but that is not me. That is not my life. That is not my experience. I am Paramashiva. I am blessed as Brahmanya Bahutputratam. I am all powerful and I am consciousness. I am the chosen favorite inheritance of the cosmos. Sit as in the bhava like Kalabhairava. How with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands alive. Just be in the bhava that I am Paramashiva. I see everything as Paramashiva. And whatever is happening, the purpose continues to happen without getting disturbed. Watch everything that is happening. When you're unclutched from that, simply you create a extraordinary opening to the higher reality, Akasha, the closest that you can see as the God himself, the space. You relating to that as Akasha, you are the Brahmanda, the whole universe, your whole cosmos. Sit only as that bhava and chant the Maha Vakya in deep gratitude and deep earning that I have to recognize my space as Paramashiva. Who's that? Who is experiencing this whole thing? Sit in the bhava and chant the Maha Vakya continuously and entangle with Bhagavan in the quantum space, who is already in the quantum, and chanting the Mahavakya and raising your frequency to the higher reality by deep listening and chanting will open up into the next dimension where you can see all these as past happenings. You can see it, feel it, experience it. You can note down all that, whatever you are going through. At the end of the cycle, you can call the partner and verify authentically. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya in the deep gratitude that you are Paramashiva space. Do not bother what is being written or what is coming down. Am I getting it correct? There is nothing to do with us. Nothing at all. The whole life we don't have to do anything other than be in the Paramashiva space. He will drive it. It's a cosmos. Bhagavan says once you settle in Paramashiva space, Bhagwan has to run the projects in the cosmos. Cosmos has to do all the project and deliver at your doorstep. That is how it happens. When you run behind it, when will you run and chase everything? When you decide to settle in Paramashiva, it's cosmos which runs and comes and delivers everything at your doorsteps. It's like you ordering everything online. So be in the space of Paramashiva, oneness with Paramashiva. Chant the Mahavakya intensely with a deep listening. And see whatever appears, just keep noting. But you reside again and again, recognizing your Paramashiva space. In these few moments that you can recognize beautifully with collectively all of us sitting and holding that space. So let's start chanting with a deep devotion and deep intense chanting with a deep listening.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva stir manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva stir manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes.
Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Whatever you have experienced, please call your partner and verify what you saw or what clicked with you, the details that you have put in the paper. Ask them authentically if that happened in their past. And simply all that you're able to see is because it happened in your past in some form where it is showing you all this reality. All that we are connected is from our own past as projected as everything. So clearing all their past, and by seeing the past, you are also able to clear your own baggages, your own past, and simply get liberated into the conscious sovereignty. Again and again, doing all these great signs, the power manifestation that Bhagavan is giving after each of the initiation, brings us back to the conscious sovereignty, and collectively doing the collective integrity starts manifesting in us finally as Paramashiva space itself. Consciously doing that again and again and again, and intensely to what extent we can, we simply manifest Paramashiva in our life. Beyond all the struggle, beyond all the delusion, we can reside in Paramashiva space and be blessed by Bhagavan into the conscious sovereignty as our reality. We'll have one more cycle. You can choose the same person for another happening, or you can choose another person and tell them that you will be scanning their past and writing it down. And at the end of the cycle, you can share all this great signs, what has happened in you, what revelations that you have now experienced from the satsang, from the initiation, from the power manifestation as your reality. So please, let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine straight line. Put away your gadgets, unclutch from your thoughts. Every night you unclutch completely from your body and mind. That's how you fall asleep. The whole world, we don't get bored. From the day we are born to the end, we have done one thing which makes us happy, all of us, that is the sleep. Because that is the closest where we can drop our identity and be in the Brahman, that I am Paramashiva, and go to sleep. That very unconscious space that we experience itself is so nice. What happens if you enter that consciously? You can manifest any amount of reality, that what you are doing every single night. You can stay 24/7 in that same space and manifest whatever you want as auspiciousness, as abundance, as sarvagnyatva, all effulgent and omniscience, omnipresent, all that Bhagavan beautifully gives us the quality, showers us with the bliss, amritatva, eternal nectar starts flowing in us. So even a glimpse of getting these answers correct is a glimpse of amritatva happening in you, the eternal nectar happening in you, which pokes hole into your logics and makes you understand, hey, something is there beyond my logic, beyond what I understand as me. Something else is happening, and that is so blissful and so beautiful, because I am Paramashiva and I am the Bhagavan who's sitting there, is right sitting in my heart and manifesting me as the reality. That beautiful space you can experience the oneness, complete oneness with the reality. So we'll have one more cycle. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya, deep gratitude and deep earning for few minutes, and completely surrendering your identities, whatever you carry as you, and letting Paramashiva manifest as your reality. Bhagavan beautifully says a story where a man was doing the penance under a tree, and people started throwing stones, and he ran, and literally Parashakti was asking what happened. He said, I have to save my devotee. And he ran and then he stopped and came back and sat down. Parashakti asked, "What happened? You come back so early." So he said, "I went to protect him because he was being hurt by others with a stone. But when I went there, I saw he was taking the stone and hitting others. So I came back." When you take your life into your hands, then Bhagavan waits for his turn to manifest in you. So let him manifest right now itself as the Paramashiva space. You sit in the bhava. All you need to do is experience, enjoy, and reside in that bhava that you are Paramashiva with all the 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Simply you can experience Paramashiva as reality. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely with a deep listening.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda.
Beautiful. Now, whatever prasada you have received, please verify authentically with your partner and share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. All this sharing again and again, when you go back and physically read these sharings that you have posted over a month, daily doing the power manifestation, having the powerful cognitions and power manifestations, then experiences of your life. When you go back and read, and you will be so shocked, so many things happening in my life beyond the logical world that I know, which will start poking holes in your self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. That is why we ask you to post again, nothing else, but we ask you to post again and again in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation or your social media platforms, and tag it to your friends and families how you are manifesting the Paramashiva space more and more becoming real in your life. And whatever contribution you are doing, when you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. You are offering to Kailasa is the greatest contribution that you can do in your life. All this great chance that is given to us again and again, simple things, but manifest huge reality for us. Simple integrity, simple obedience, we start manifesting so many easy possibility to experience that Paramashiva and start living that Paramashiva space. So with the deep gratitude and deep earning, Paramashiva is my existential reality. Thank Bhagwan in such a beautiful space that he has showered on all of us. And all of us sitting here, thank you for coming and manifesting the powers, creating more and more positive space for the world to become more and more in a beautiful space for all of us to be. So let's, with a deep gratitude and earning, thank Bhagwan and end the session with the Purna Mantra. ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरि ओम तत्सत् सर्वं भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवं पादुकार्पणमस्तु। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्। Thank you so much. See you after the darshan or satsang after the next session in Kailash Kotiar. Thank you.